Well, well, well. What do we have here then? You guys understand now what because people were asking me, what does that mean, the title? And I was like, well, you'll find out Sunday night.
Yep.
So,
yes, we will.
All right, Kryptonian, give us your well. You say it better.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just act like I walked in the room and my kids were doing something wrong. Like I basically caught them doing something. I'm like, well. What do we have here? And then it's like, I'm sorry, Dad. Nah, it's too late.
Nah,
I
too
got
late for sorry.
That's some good intro music too, Kryptonian, by your daughter.
Oh,
is
thanks,
that
man.
stellar or what, man?
Yeah, we got a couple more that we're working on. It just costs money, man, to get into the studio. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. It's but yeah, she's I appreciate that. Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs she's written. Yeah.
Let me know if she needs like a rap intro or something. Rap feature.
Well, you heard that the one Bad Habits, right? That's the one where she has the guy rapping in the middle of it.
No, I didn't hear that one. No.
That's another one. You know, yeah. So that's another one that she did. So yeah, we've got some hip hop. We got the guy that he lives out in Atlanta. He's got a lot of what's the word collaborations with a lot of artists. You know.
You may need to send that for me for my new intro.
Yeah, man. Anytime, man. Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll make you a. Yeah, you have an intro video, don't you?
I need to get a new one because my other one's like the Vulcan one.
Okay. Well, if you got like an intro like Chris's intro, right, with the with showing the stocks and all that stuff. So I took that and I just threw the countdown in front of it. I can send you the countdown. You can do whatever you want with it. You know, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
I got 2 or 3 of them. Yeah, I'll do that for sure. Yeah, I'll send it to you after the live here.
All right.
Cool. Thanks.
That's great. That's great. That's good stuff. I want a couple just a announcement. At my
news?
earlier, what's that?
Breaking news?
No, not this one. My announcement or my video earlier today. If like I said, I tried to say it in there. If I say anything that offended you or anything like that, please reach out to me and everything like that. And YouTubers and people in the community, if if I said anything that rubbed you the wrong way or anything, let me know. But we're moving on. So what I wanted to start the night with is kind of like I don't know. I think that maybe set the tone as to what we're going to be talking about tonight, and I guess maybe the title helps that part too. But we'll get. I hope people understand that title. I mean, how would you guys get that title, or Kryptoni? You obviously got it.
Yeah, I get it. Oh yeah.
All right, so we got that. So okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to play this video. It's about 4 minutes long, but it's very informative. I would say that maybe look at it, understand it, and there are tons of videos where this came from. So here we go.
One person, one lucky millionaire that this is what this whole thing's about, is creating millionaires, right, people? So it's going to be one lucky millionaire that is going to be able to unlock this wallet, this promotion of $1 million worth, all right, by literally completing a seed phrase. We had a treasure pit promo of $1 million. We chucked $1 million worth of SafeMoon in the treasure pit. And then some scrupulous character named Goblin, who people believe is me for some ungodly fucking reason, okay, and think that I even would have the audacity to rug a project or rug a promotion or use a promotion that I've created for the holders, created for you guys. I didn't create it for me. I was never Goblin. It's just bullshit, right? OS says, will a ghost of the past be involved in any new project of yours in the future? Will Ghost of the Past, is that a name? Ghost of the Past? Yeah, it's a name. Will Ghost of the Past, or Ghost, must be a name, Ghost of the Past. I don't know who the hell that is, Ghost of the Past. So I don't even understand this question. Will Ghost of the Past be involved in any new project of yours in the future? So it has to be a name, Ghost of the Past. And I don't know your question, I'm sorry. So if you want to maybe rephrase it or re-ask it again so I can understand it. But yeah, sorry.
There's more!
Dude.
Well.
Yeah, I remember hearing that he was Ghost of the Past or the Goblin, and I remember seeing that video. Yeah, he typically, like most criminals do, they get sloppy, and this guy got really sloppy. And you would ask, well, if he was running someone like this scammer Brian Legend, speaking about this, I mean, why would he get sloppy? He had a good racket going. Well, because he had so much control over all the Discords, the ESCO, and the Vulcan since the very beginning. And then he had his mods going out there, and anything negative anything that just seemed that would be pointing towards or in a negative light towards Brian, banned, kicked out. So it's kind of like I kind of liken this to the mainstream media. Let's just look at Biden, for instance. I don't know if any of you guys know this, but he was I think in Finland recently, whatever, the video surfaced, and he's like trying to. So I guess he's going around kissing babies, or whatever. He's meeting families. He goes up to, and this is recent. He goes up to a little girl and tries to like, do little grandpa noises at her, and then he starts sniffing her. Very, very creepy shit. My point in that is the mainstream media, those that want to protect this guy, the centralized control, you guys that are looking for that to say, hey, wait a minute, what's going on with that? It's kind of creepy. You're not going to get to see that. It gets cut off before you even get to see it. But because of those that are out there that are capturing it and sending it outside of mainstream media, that's when you're actually going to get the real news and kind of get the big story or the real story. And that's exactly what's happened. That's how I was actually introduced to all of the scamminess and just a flag after flag after flag with Brian Legend, because I was like everybody else. I was in the main Discords before it would even get to me, but because I'm not in Discord 24/7. By the time I was done with my day and I wanted to pop in and see what's going on, it was already deleted. The guy that tried to bring it was already banned. I mean, very quick. So, yeah. So I think had we known that before the whole, someone's going to be a millionaire, bro, I bet you that, right? It would have been like, wait a minute. But I will admit, I mean, he did a damn good job of just controlling the narrative. And then he had Marines on the front lines, that were going out there doing his dirty work for him. They may not have known it was dirty work, but they were basically doing the work. And I think it came under the guise of, it's your bag. You got to protect your bag, and that's kind of, and from there it went immediately to a bunch of nonsense. But I think, and there's so much more, right, Chris? There's just so much more stuff that you guys that don't even know. This tip of the iceberg. So I didn't just come to the conclusion about Brian because of one video or because of someone sent me a DM. I was like, I tell you, belief is the enemy of knowing. I remember when I went into the Brew Discord, Chris, I think Pride of him told you guys, I've always said this. I would go in there and they were just trying to throw all this stuff at me. I'm like, hold on, let me just look into it. And I was coming at them. This is conjecture, meaning this is just coincidental. It's a lot of information. There's no actual proof, right? And then they began to show me things where Brian would get so sloppy. He was proving their accusations by himself, and it just became so much. It became so overwhelming that I had no choice but to go, yeah, this guy's scamming. It's and again, it's not even a rabbit hole, man. That's just it. It doesn't go so deep that you've got to go into years of and find proof a year ago. I mean, we're talking a couple of weeks. He just got sloppy. He got sloppy, and they all criminals do. They get sloppy, and I'm just glad it's finally come out to the light.
I'm so pissed off that we spent like a lot of people. I know I spent a lot of time trying to solve a damn treasure chest too, man.
Yeah.
I had a whole bunch of list of
like a network going
words.
Oh, really?
People. I'm like, man.
Yeah, and if you think about all his, I don't know, all his contests, I wouldn't say all of them, but most of them, they're in my opinion, they were rigged. Those that we knew that won him in the community is one thing, but when it's someone like named Goblin or something, I mean, this guy didn't win; he stole it. It was like it was no big deal, like, oh, well, sorry guys, you got the $1 million, whatever it was. Moving on. What color's my shirt, guys? If you can guess my shirt color, you get 20, whatever. But it's just very, very. It was so obvious that it was, and as I look at it retrospectively now, I'm like, damn, man, it was so obvious. But I didn't know the past of. I didn't know the past of Brian Legend with his other projects. He's literally just doing, huh?
The Ghost of the Past? Yeah,
the Ghost of the Past. Yeah. I didn't realize he's literally just recycling his same scams that he did with Petrova and others. I mean, same, except this time he had more. He didn't have, it wasn't just him. It was, he unfortunately enlisted, I think, good people that really wanted this project to go to the moon. You know how I say about that, but that we really saw and caught the vision. And so unfortunately, as most people do, you catch a vision and you get blinders on, and so they'll go to the extremes. and we have some that we'll probably talk about later, but that went to the way extreme. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, it's so sad where we are today, and the fact that probably that a year ago, man, we were just talking about how it's going to be. We're going to be sitting on an island somewhere or whatever. Driving Lambos, cardboard boxes or not. Talking about, but we actually, because we believed in it, right? We believed in the man, we just like, there's no way this guy would show his freaking ID and put his life out there, right? And docs and still not scam us, or still scam us. And no, he absolutely did. And I think I've said this a couple of times, or at least in the last few days, that Brian Legend is the reason why crypto will be regulated in the worst way. It's guys just like that, and that pisses me off because you know how I feel about that. I solely believe it can be self-regulated, but at the same time, what he's done is he created a monster. He created two monsters, unfortunately. He created a monster that's actually doing the same shit he's trying to do, right? You know what I'm talking about? But then on the other side, he created, I would say, a monster of an army that are not going to let this guy get away with this shit or anyone like him. So just let this be a warning shot to all you scammers out there, because I know there's at least one listening to us right now, and you're thinking about how are you going to get over in this community because we're gullible. No, we just people trust, and we just, this is how we are. It's human nature, and they play to that weakness that we have. But it's okay to trust, but must verify. And I think most importantly, and Chris has really highlighted this, that you got to educate yourself, and I think I learned quickly whenever Chris and I started talking about like Forex trading and all that. He's a Forex trader, and he started showing me kind of the backstage, Chris, you would show me kind of like these are the things I'm doing. This is how I do it. And I'm just like, that's a lot of freaking information. If I did, and he's been doing it for years. If I just went to someone on YouTube and let me show you how to trade, I'll get wrecked. But Chris is like, no, there's a lot of things that go into this thing. And he's trying to give me little bits of information. But he would always highlight, man, I've been doing this for years. He knows what he's doing because of he's educated on that. And I think that's what we're going to start bringing to the community, right? I think we can all bring, this is what we went through, but let me show you how we as a community don't get involved in that. And I think that's, at the end of the day, it sucks where we're at. But I think the silver lining for me is this should not happen again. And if it starts to happen again, I think these guys are going to get caught, or it's going to get shut down quickly, but yeah, that's after you showed me that video, man, I just had to go on a rant because I remember that, man. I was just like, damn, this guy just really pisses me off, man. But that's it.
Yeah. And that's what attracted me to SafeMoon, because of, being in SafeMoon, Daniel, I got, his videos, stuff like that. And I didn't think too much of it, but then as it went on, I had noticed that the chart reminded me of Forex trading because of, the FOMC, the news and stuff like that, and how it would manipulate the price up or down or whatever. And I started noticing that SafeMoon's chart was heavily manipulated. And I was like, okay, well, the old practices of Forex seem to work with SafeMoon. And then when I started talking to you guys, and this was, well, I guess it was after the sacrifice. It seemed like it wasn't much manipulated, but whatever. And we started on videos and stuff. I started talking to you guys. You guys realize that the SafeMoon chart is highly manipulated, and you guys were like, yeah, and you guys explained.
Yeah, the Schmidt group, man. I hate those guys. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was like, and some of you would hush, be like, don't tell anybody. But man, we don't have any proof, but we think it might be Brian. And it was like, whoa, and
you're right about that.
Yeah.
Me specifically, I'm like, I know it, but I can't just say it yet. I've got to prove it because, right. And I'll tell you why I've seen comments like, oh, what now you're, why didn't you say something before? Well, if you guys recall, at least with me personally and NR, he and I are kind of always on the, we kind of like play off of each other. Like we'll have discussions before we go live. What do we need to talk about because of the shit we think we're figuring out? But the reason why I didn't come out and just say he's a scammer is because I was watching what was happening to the brew guys. They would just ask a question and they get banned. That's it. Imagine if I had come out and said scammer, and with Mr. Prado, I mean, on the revelations of what you showed today and the messages that you showed today in your video earlier today, Chris, he was talking to me like that out in public, like on a live. I didn't know until I know now how bad it was in those conversations, how ugly it was with people. So the point is that, I was new to the community and I just didn't want to just say something because I knew what would happen without proof. And I knew that I was going to be like banned and dragged through the streets and, Kryptonians a fodder. And then what good would that do? So my whole purpose in that point, at least for me specifically, was I'm going to try. I want to see what Brian Legend's doing with his tactics and how he's running his scams, and I'm going to compare it to I would say in this that the brew guys were literally telling me the future. Look, he's going to do this next. Watch, he's going to say this next. Watch. They were giving me the playbook, and I'm looking at the playbook and I'm watching Brian Legend follow that exact playbook. It's not that he was reading their playbook. No, he's just very predictable. And so once I realized, oh shit, okay, this guy's doing exactly, what he's being accused of. It kind of at that point he was so sloppy, it just started coming out. Everybody started I wouldn't say everybody. I would say that he got so sloppy that this is how it all came out. Now he went and just deleted his ESCO and Discord and all that crap, and then there's so much stuff that he's done, but how one thing I think was a big flag for me is, as he was trying to launch his ESCO, or anytime one of the community members wanted to launch a project, you like literally had to get his freaking blessing to do it. Like he would, and I think that was like, Prado's a good example. I mean, Prado comes out with basically a copycat of Seifu, to some degree, pretty similar, and Brian shot it down. Right? No, it's a scam. And it's like, whoa, dude, it's the same shit that you're trying that you did before. But that's just, you see stuff like that. I don't know. It's just so many flags. And the point is, I guess I'm trying to make is he was so good at controlling, not just the narrative, but the minds of his minions. I mean, I would get DMs from many people in the community. Hey man, stop. Hey, you need to take a step back, Kryptonian. Don't say too much. These are people that are mods in the Vulcan and ESCO communities. When I start saying stuff, they'd be like, hey man, just don't want to ruin the project. Come on. Don't. I'm like, big picture here, but oh, is that my time? Sorry.
Yeah, you're done. You're done.
Alarm goes off at 8 o'clock every night. Sorry.
Are we on C-SPAN here? I like to retain my time.
Kryptonian's gone.
No, but I would even. My point is, I would have mods messaging me during live saying, "Hey, please stop! Don't do it! Please don't ruin my bag, please! And my family's invested, because they knew. It's like they knew what the fuck was going on. Sorry for cursing. They knew what was going on, and they just knew if I had done that, I guess their biggest fear was he would just run, and everything gets shut down. Now we're at a point where he's ran, tried to come back, whatever, and so to speak. And the existing Vulcan team now is trying to pick up the pieces. I don't know what's going to happen, but I will say this: I at least appreciate the team, not just freaking just shutting everything down and disappearing. You know what I mean? At least they're trying to do something, and we'll see what happens. But there's a big mess, man, a big pile of freaking shit that he left for them on their doorstep, and it looks just like him, at the end of the day. You guys ever seen Weird Science?
Yeah.
Remember that movie?
Yeah.
Chet, you remember when she turns, if you guys, it's an old movie from the 80s, man. It's funny as hell. Basically, these two nerds make they make the perfect woman, and she's got powers, whatever, and shit, and turns the dig ass brother into a big pile of shit. Well, that's freaking Brian Legend right now, man. So go Google that. Go Weird Science and pile of shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, that's it.
you don't think about stuff till like after the. I mean, like after the
Yeah.
fact, pretty much. Like you remember, like he used to put the charts out and says going through like a, he'll say like it's about to trend upwards, it's about to, trend down. It's like then you think about all the stuff that was him behind all those
The whole time, like he knew when it was going to trend, but you're right, Pride. We were like, oh, okay, because it would happen and be like, oh shit, he's a genius. He knows the market.
Yeah.
And remember, for a lot of the people that are new to DeFi, SafeMoon was probably their first project or their first could be successful project. So of course he hooked them, so anything he said was gold. And then you had the minions going, I would say the those on the front line, just they would not allow you to ask any questions. You said anything negative, you were banned. And you got to understand, you're in the community, you start seeing stuff during lives, and especially in the Discord, you see somebody just get like shellacked for asking the question. We don't need that negativity here. Being positive is great, man, but positive doesn't pay the bills. It works. We know what pays the bill. Bills work. Pays the bills. Working for money so I can pay the bills with the money. Being positive is being positive is saying, hey, you know what? There's an economy that I can participate in. That's positive to me. At least I can participate in it, try to make some money to pay my bills. Be going, I hope it does well. I'm sorry. There's that crypto fairy shit doesn't work. I'm sorry. We're not going to be blessed by the crypto fairy. So my point is that you're right, Pride. We so many things, man. It's right. It's like I hope there's a Netflix documentary on this thing, man.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Yeah,
remember Netflix? He's supposed to have his own Netflix.
Yeah.
The crypto. What was the show called? Crypto Gold Rush.
Yeah, Crypto Gold Rush. I mean, the thing is, man, everything that man said was a freaking lie. Everything,
All right, let's. I know you. What you got is super important. I don't want to take away from your guys' discussion, but I want to get to a few questions. I've marked 4 of them that I went through when I saw the comments. So, give me your answer to some of these. So Tina Paltea says, I'm pretty retarded when it comes to this, but if the blockchain is just a bunch of numbers, how will they KYC the wallets?
Well, okay, so you're saying a lot to unpack here. So to KYC the wallets, are you as far as them owning the blockchain? So they have, when you KYC, you're submitting. They know which wallet belongs to who. All right, so they say I'm KYC. They know my wallet. So if I stepped out of line, all they've got to do is just blacklist my wallet because they knew who I am. And when you say it's a bunch of numbers, it is a bunch of numbers. As it stands right now, I can go to the Binance blockchain, see thousands, millions of wallets, but I don't know who they are. There is no one entity that knows, that can identify those, right? There's like that have been KYC'd. In this case, they can say who. Kryptonian just said I look like a dickhead. So what's his wallet? And all of a sudden, my node, because I'm, let's just say my node specifically, my node and even my wallet. Okay, because let's say my node and my actual, let's say I have one wallet, one holds my node and my actual vault that I swapped over, and it's all coming off of one address. Well, they have me, they know who I am, and they can give me all kinds of hell on the blockchain, and I'm like, I can't claim, they can just blacklist my ass. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Well, it's exactly the same thing they're wanting to do with his 7 wallets. Really, it's 10 wallets in my opinion, but 7 wallets, right? So same way. I hope that answers your question.
Well, and I think what she's trying to understand is that I think what the way they would do it, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, and the Brood DeFi, they're there too. So if I say anything, just kind of maybe send a message, say, hey, you're wrong. But if they KYC, that what it would be is you would have to know your
transaction.
Yeah, know your customer. So you'd have to identify who you are, what your wallet is. They'd marry up the two, and then they'd do a test transaction, that they could prove that. And that would mean that you've KYC'd that wallet and that we know who that wallet owns, who owns that and who they are. That kind of thing. Is that accurate? Is that
Yeah. Otherwise they wouldn't, like, with Prism Chain, we're working on our blockchain, and No, guys, no, that we're not selling nodes. Or not. And what I mean by that is we're not going. In order for you to spin up a node, we're not going to have you sacrifice or give us any of whatever, what Bitcoin, whatever, to actually get an NFT from us that says you're allowed to spin up a node on our network. It doesn't work that way. And so in this, what Brian did was they gave this notion of, I mean, in I'll give him this. All he had to do was just pull up an article, and it shows how much, and we all, everyone fell for this because it is true. It's really fall for it. He gave us information, and he used that. He used that excitement that we got and the emotional, like, oh man, I wish I owned a node. Look how much the Binance nodes are making. Can you imagine if you owned a node on the Binance network and the Binance blockchain? Yeah. So he took that right there. Once he got us emotionally like vested, it was very once you're emotionally invested, it's a piece of cake to get you financially invested. Just take my money, please. So he just used that. Hey, what if you owned a node on a blockchain? And everybody got all excited, and of course, people rushed to buy them. If you guys remember when the nodes, we had the hiccup. And remember, everything he's ever launched, there was always something happened with the launch. Every freaking time. That was him making sure that he got first dibs on everything. So I personally believe that if we have 500 nodes, I believe he owns 100 of them. I'm just going to say it.
Well, and there's one other thing that I wanted to.
I don't know proof of that, but maybe 50 of them, but go ahead.
Well, if say KYC, he could literally use anybody to KYC.
He could absolutely.
They could be KYC'd, but he still retains the wallet and everything like that. So, and has the keys to it, and they think it's them, and they have no idea what they KYC'd.
Right. Right. So at this point, let's say he owns the top 10 wallets. I mean, it's a good possibility. Let's say there's 100 wallets, right?
Well, the wallets that's what we were going to break down later. I think the way it's worked out is that the top 10 wallets, one of them he says is his private wallet, and this is where I lean on the BroodFi because before he did his live, they had the top wallet funded the other 6. And one of those is his public wallet. So basically the top 7 were all Brian's. But I did know that and I don't know how the story is going to end or whatever and what's going on, but when he posted that on Twitter, someone came out and said, hey, that wallet, like number 7, I think is what he said. One of those, I don't know if he said what number, but he said one of those wallets is mine.
That was the number 1 wallet, right?
No, the number 1 wallet is definitely Brian's, and because that wallet fed the other wallets. But I think it was 7. I don't know which it is, but they said, "Hey, that's my wallet, and I KYC'd my node in it." And so they got in contact they put in a ticket and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know how that's going to work out, but I think from what they said publicly. Now, let me make sure of this. They were saying that he admitted to 6 wallets publicly, and I guess not counting the one that he has already said that's his public wallet, but then retracted one. So now of the top 10 that you can see, the number 1 wallet fed the other 5 wallets. So it's like 6 wallets of the top 10. So and they can go through and double check all that stuff, and then I'll present it if they want, or they can present it in some type of way. But that's where it's standing from just the tweet the other day. But the issue that we have with the tweet is that one of the one wallet, the one that's like FBF or whatever, that number 1 wallet, if you go through the transactions, fed the other wallets, and then the other wallets basically admit to him wash trading or market trading, whatever he thinks in his head. It's wash trading. So
but do you actually think they'll blacklist his wallets? That's another thing.
Well, okay, so let's say that they go in and they blacklist all his wallets, the ones that they can identify and everything. My thing is, do you realistically think that that's the only wallets that he had?
No, I'm saying, do you think they actually will blacklist his wallets? That's what I'm saying.
Do I think they will?
Yeah.
I think they'll have to. I think the native, like everybody will go nuts if they don't. I think that they'll be.
That's just it. Just because Brian is perceivably gone out of the picture,
Because they may not believe he's a scammer, because that's just
right.
their buddy.
You're right.
So,
You're right.
Mean, if he's putting out all these fake documents and stuff like that, fake votes, fake codes.
I mean, he did show us that amazing spreadsheet.
Yeah,
where you broke down all the money. I mean, that was believable, right? So you're right, Pride. they may believe him. Like, all right, buddy, all right, look, I know everybody says you're a scammer, but I got you. Don't worry, bro. We'll take care of you. Just go away, go back to Thailand, go jump in the pool. We got you. We'll block wallets.
But don't really block them.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to figure out something. So, I mean, because I don't think anybody would rightfully be like, oh, yeah, everything's great. Brian still has his wallets. I mean.
Well, there's a lot of suggestions. If you remember, I think I saw recently there was a post. I think Biz sent it to me. It was I think it was this morning, or maybe he sent it to me last night. I looked at it, and it was a form from Vulcan. Like, what are some of the suggestions that you guys would like? Because it sounds like now they want to, and it's talking about the rebasing, the pool, power pool. What are the should there be taxes, not taxes, or whatever that stuff. And I was like, okay, well, that's a start, right? I mean, at least they're asking questions. And I think, remember, they need us more than we need them. We can just all decide. They can say, hey, we're launching tomorrow. And if none of us participate in this, I'm talking about just our community, it's dead. It's dead. But one of the things that I think at the last question, like, what are some suggestions? There are many things they can do in my opinion to make this thing right. And I'm not gonna say guarantee the success of the blockchain. No one can guarantee anything. But I will say, if anything, what I'd like to give me more I would say more I don't know, warm fuzzy feeling, I think, or like, okay, I'm happy if they launch it now, because now I feel like I'm finally being taken care of. I think they should give back. If you're a note holder, and if you're not, you'll know what I'm talking about. But they should give noters, like to call us, a percentage of the taxes, as they did when they advertised the sacrifice for the nodes. If you remember, that's why TCL and our community were pissed off the first time. And I'll never forget that. I remember, man, I was getting messages all the time, bro. We're about to, Brian's going to ban you. I mean, I was just, I kind of overlooked it because I just, threw some money at this thing, and I'm like, shit, I don't want to miss out on that. Maybe I think I even said, okay, obviously I'm not getting taxes, but at least all these power pool flex and all this shit, they came, all these these gimmicks came out. I mean, were presented to us, and we're thinking, oh, this is even better. And it's not. It's not. It's just more of a show game. But I think they need to go back to the day of sacrifice, and what they advertised was give those at home bought the nodes, sacrifice for the nodes, except Brian Legend's nodes. But they should give us the taxes as advertised, just as they did. I'm not saying give us some of the taxes.
But Daniel says that they never said that, but I remember seeing that.
Daniel also says that he's never. Daniel's also said that he's never insulted a woman in his life.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, man.
But my thing is that, I mean, I haven't got that far into so much.
Oh no, they said we got screens. There's actually screenshots. I'm sure
I need the screenshot of that so we can put that to bed, because I know that I saw it, but I mean, you got to go back, because I was like, when TCL was talking about that in that live, that really bothered me. I was like, wait, I know I thought I was crazy, because he was saying about the taxes and everything. And
oh man,
and Brian was like, we never said.
No,
that.
Whenever I just joined the community, it was because of the crypto lead, TCL's channel, and and that's my home. At the end of the day, that's where I lay my hat. And we would have, I was able to join the SafeMoon polls, and then rebase and chill. Those were so fun. You remember those? Probably that's good old days, right? Man, that's when the thing was good. But we were just talking about what we're gonna do, man. Can you imagine if the chain? You can imagine if the chain just does $1 million in volume a day.
Remember the calculator? The calculator.
And there's also and then there was an actual calculator on their website, Chris. that you could literally plug in the volume.
That's why most people bought Nodes, because that.
Yeah, that's right. The calculator, actually, the calculator's proof in the pudding, man. And I'm sure there's countless screenshots.
Yeah, but then this is my point, and this is not a dig on Daniel. Why? I mean, why does he I mean, I've seen lives from him over the last couple of weeks that he's categorically like it was never a never thing. They never said that, and I'm thinking, but when he says that though, in my head, I'm like, I know I saw it, but I haven't seen it. So I mean, hopefully, I'll get a little. bit more
I mean,
research.
he saw it because he spent countless freaking hours on a live. Hey, Johnny, you know how many nodes you got? You know, doing it. That was basically the conception of his Protonomics. That's when he started getting all his little calculators, and then he had a calculator created for him. So I mean, he's gonna say it never happened. He's lying. I mean, you're lying, bro. Don't even try. You know you're lying. Everybody's doing. I'm gonna go back to Trump. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. You're lying. And those that say it, and I'm not just him, but anybody that would say that, oh, he never said that. No, it was literally on an active website on their domain. And I'm sure they took the site down, but there's probably some screenshots of it, you know? But yeah, that's just, in my opinion, that's just one of the things they need to do. Blacklist all of Brian's wallets. You know, I think first put him in jail, then blacklist his wallet. Well, before you put him in jail, get his keys to everything.
The important thing is that we have to go, and I just want to interrupt you right now, is that, I think it's very important. I keep trying to say this, that we separate the two. The stuff with Brian needs to be handled. It can all be done at the same time. Yeah. And the stuff with the blockchain should be separate. Okay, so let's go forward. The problem that I have with the blockchain right now is I know that they're taking suggestions. I know that they're going to take some stuff there, but Jason is still there, and even if Jason can prove to everybody that his lifelong friendship with Brian is not going to, is not going to affect this, and he didn't know about it and all that. He proves all that. How can we have confidence in him in the future? And if something's wrong, something happens, they're immediately going to point fingers at, oh, there's Brian. He's got something to do with it. So my point is, why are they not tackling the issues of the current founders, the integrity of that part? That's my issue. And I know that they want to move forward in the blockchain, but if we don't fix this is always going to hang over our heads. That's my point. But I want to do both of them at the same time. They can do the same thing with Brian. They can go after Brian, get all this, get his stuff, and then the blockchain. I just want to make sure that these both things can be done. But yeah, I did read that.
You remember how, I mean, just back on what you just said before you dropped that. An amazing. I like what you're saying, Chris. Of course, I always do. And you're right. They can do it both at the same time, right? But back to Dan, when
okay.
Back to Dan quickly. He says that it never happened. Well, the day that we had the day that TCL and us became fudders, according to Dan Prado, we were literally on a live, and when we were, and you probably remember this, we were on a live, and TCL was pissed, and he's like, "Fuck this," right? Sorry, curse. And he's like, because he literally asked Brian, "Hey, what about the taxes?" And Brian says, "Goblin," whatever the fuck he said. But so we went backstage with Prado, and Prado was even pissed. This is bullshit, man. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, even Prado was saying, yeah, this is bullshit. We're not getting the taxes. And then something happened the next day where Prado the very next day is like, guys, it's okay because we never got taxes. It never said, but they're giving us this. Point I'm making is Prado was backstage with myself, TCL, NR was there. I don't know if you were there, Pride. You may have been there. But where he was literally pissed, just as we were, about this whole thing. So what's that there?
So this is a screenshot, I guess, of the Excel sheet that they pulled up showing the full node tax.
Yeah, you went over this, Krypton, you remember?
Yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, because I remember TCL, he was like, after he realized, shit, they just took the taxes from us. He was like, well, how bad is that? And he kind of showed me like, this is yeah, I remember this. He was showing me, he actually showed what the real this is the real money we're going to make off of this shit, because we're not getting any of the taxes. And that's when I came out literally the next day on our next live and says, well, yeah, I'll be profitable. It's going to be profitable for me, but it's going to be 1,000 days before I get my return back. And if you can probably go back to Prado's lives, because he was like 1,000 days, Kryptonian, what are you talking about? No. And then he probably spent a good couple hours trying to convince me, because I said that no. I think him and even Greek were like trying to figure out the flex pool and the claim, and that because of volume, it's all about volume, that it's not going to be 1,000 days. It's going to be a lot sooner. I'm like, nope, it's going to be 1,000 days. And now with everything, has come to light, it's going to be probably 10,000 days. But hey, it is what it is, right? But yeah, I remember that, because I mean, TCL at that moment, he walked away. He's like, I'm done. I can't in good conscience talk about, have Brian's name come out of my mouth, because of how shicey this was, right?
Give me a glass of water, please.
And I decided to continue to jump on lives, because I wanted to know if there's going to be any hope. I mean, maybe something will happen. Maybe there is a possibility, right? And I was just really giving the team the benefit of the doubt that, okay, look, we took the taxes. But we've got other mechanisms that's going to make it profitable. And remember, about the same time is when they start talking about all the money they're going to be dropping on marketing, the marketing. And he's Brian's a marketing genius and all this crap. So I'm like, well, okay, word of mouth, blah, blah, whatever. And then, but as we started going through that whole process, we realized there was never any marketing. He was marketing to us, to no one else. All the King of Africa and God of Crypto articles, all this shit that he paid for. I don't care. He paid for them. Anybody can do that. But that was for us, guys. That wasn't for the external communities. That was for us, because we defended it. Its purpose, in my opinion, wasn't to go out, do an outreach for new investors. It was to solidify his base so that he can keep flipping on our asses, because, he was the king of crypto, right? But yeah, there we go again.
Well. Seems to be the theme of tonight's show. There's a lot of information that's coming in over here. So
yeah, hey Chris, I'll tell you, this is actually the node tax being taken from us. The taxes. This is what started it all. This is the moment, in my opinion, that Brian fucked up. He's been fucking up, but this is the one, and for me anyways, because he immediately created a monster at that point. Because don't think because the taxes were taken from us and they created all these freaking, funny little buzzwords, power pool, flex, and all this bullshit that, oh, okay, now everything's okay. No, it created doubt in everyone's mind that was paying attention, and now here we are. So he and I think I've said this a couple of times, that he scammed the wrong guys this time. Brew never went away, and I messaged one of the guys earlier today, and I was like, man, thank you for staying on me, man. They Pride I'm talking about. They'll they keep tagging your ass, and you're like, what's going on? And so you go over there, but it's not to hate on you. It's just like, say, man, wait, they're trying to shake the shit off the stick. They're trying to wake you up. It works for some and it works for others, but it took me a moment and it worked for me, and here we are. But Chris, yeah, I guess the point is the nodes not getting the taxes was basically that should be before we even launch any damn blockchain. I think us as node holders, we need to demand that the team give us some of those taxes. Period. Or give me back my money. Give me some taxes. Give me back my money. I'll walk away quietly into the night, or it's just not gonna be good, because I'm not gonna be happy. And I'm just it's me times 500. So I'm just saying, or whatever. But I'm just saying that I think it needs to start right there. Yeah, and I like in ours. Yeah, I'm not looking for 10%, guys. I'll take 1%. I want something. That to me, that's gonna show good. Now I understand there's no liquidity and all this jazz, blah, right? Yeah. Give us something. Give us half of what you were going to give us. I'll be okay with that, because this was never going to be a change my life project. This was going to be a passive play for me.
Hey, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I gotta say something before I forget. Um, the Vulcan website just announced they announced the node chat, the deadline for full node KYC and light node snapshot are fast approaching. 24 hours to go. They just announced that, which reminded me that Shadow X is looking to sell 5 light nodes. So if anybody has anybody that would want five light nodes, you can reach out to me or directly to Shadow X. I mean, he's in here. I imagine he's probably in the chat somewhere in there. But if he's not, then if you're not sure about it, you can reach out to me, or I'm sure Kryptonian or Pride or whatever. Just any of us. So
yeah, and it's not that you can trust me, guys. It's just that I have people around me that you see me on lives with them weekly that hold me accountable. All right. Some of these guys don't be personal. So if you need to find me, you'll be able to find me. So trust but verify, guys. Trust but verify. And NR says, hell, the taxes are the reason I paid $5,000 cost the aftermarket to acquire as many nodes. As you guys know, if you don't know, in our legend, he put a shitload of money in this. I mean, you can literally go buy a house cash with the money he's putting in this thing. And I'm not talking about a little 2-bedroom house. I'm talking 5-bedroom, upstairs study, a nice freaking ass house. Okay, bought and paid for cash for these nodes, because he thought what I thought, what everybody thought. I think 500 people thought, plus 1,500 or 1,200 for the light nodes thought, hey, we're getting some taxes. So you have light nodes, right, Pride? So
yes. Actually sold my light nodes, thank God.
Oh, you did? Oh, so you're out completely then.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, so if you've got light nodes, you were thinking the same thing. Man, well, okay, I know I didn't get a node, but man, the taxes are still going to kind of help me offset that. You know, the long, you're not going to make as much as you would have on a node, but you're still going to make something. It's a passive income play, right? It's got something coming in. Someone's talking in the background. Is that me?
That's Chris.
That's me. I'm sorry. I was watching this crazy.
Oh,
dude, they have I don't have enough time. this brood, they have so much stuff. It's like while you guys were talking and everything like that, I was looking for something, and then I went down this rabbit hole, and then I went down this rabbit hole, and then I went.
I know. So it's funny because I would spend hours into that Discord, man. I mean, I'd be in
the crazy part is that about the Discord, he threatened to ban me if I went into Discord. Remember I went into Discord one time?
Yeah.
And then he said, if you go back in, you're going to be banned.
That's right, because
I never went in since then.
Who threatened you, Mike?
No, Brian Legend.
Brian Legend.
Oh,
Brian. Remember,
I'm
Brian
talking about the brood fi.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
No. Pride went into the brew fight whenever we started talking about it, right?
Yeah.
I sent you the invite. I started seeing those. I was just handing those invites out, man. I was like, everybody come check us out. And so Brian
of us went. It was Pride, me, and Fowler. We went in there, and man, they wrote. I was like, I don't even know anything that's going on. What are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, but you got to understand, everybody's a suspect, because remember, belief is the enemy of knowing. They have to know that that you're not part of that shit. I mean, they you can say I'm not part of it, but they got to know that because they're watching a guy.
I should have been smarter.
Scam the hell out of thousands of people, like with no effort, like just blatantly lie. So you got to understand their discontent, or they're not trusting everybody. I get it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, they're just trying to educate people, man. At the end of the day, and this isn't a vendetta against Brian, guys. The SafeMoon Vulcan channel in there is just one of many. They look at all projects, guys. All right, so Brian isn't special. He's just stupid. All right, there's a difference. All right.
Well, I mean, and then that was my point with that video earlier with the discussion I had about him, is that if as a community we would listen to these concerns a lot earlier, and so, like most of us didn't. I wasn't even around back then, but when I started coming around, most of us didn't have the opportunity to even hear these concerns because of the censorship. But if we'd have listened to these things, this wouldn't have been a monster by now. It would have been
let's do a hypothetical. All right. Let's play this let's play this out.
Every time you do this, I go off into that brewfied research.
Well, no, I need you to pay attention, Chris. Okay.
All right, my bad. I'm walking away.
I really need both of y'all's brain on this one because I want you to play this out with me, right? So let's say I myself and NR and those that are, let's say myself and NR, because we were in at the same time and we were having this conversation. Like we had something's not confirmant. you know, let's just say us three were like, man, let's go back to that live where or the time where Brian took back the SafeMoon from the council. Remember that? Everybody remembers that. Okay. And then we went backstage with Brian,
yeah.
and he threw my boy Greek. You know, Greek's my bud, man. Greek's my bud. And he threw Greek under the bus, and the other council members, you know, Barry and all those guys. I mean, I you know, and those guys are my friends too, you know. But I don't talk to them on a daily. I mean, I message them and stuff. But Greek, I mean, we got, you know, I know Greek. You know what I mean? We'll go hours behind backstage, and I know him. So when I saw this guy get thrown under the bus, it pissed me the hell off because he did it with like no remorse. Like it was nothing. Like Greek was nothing to him. And I was like, wow, if he'll do that to his biggest supporter, who the hell am I? You know, if he'll do that to his mom, who the hell am I? You know what I mean? So my point is, all right, so let's go back to that moment. All right. So let's say at that point in time, we said, it's over, bro. He's a scammer. Everybody go to Brew, check out the information, check out everything. I don't think it would have gotten anywhere. There's a lot of people being banned because, and I'll tell you why, because he hadn't fucked up with Esco yet. I think Esco had a bomb twice before people went, wait, what just happened?
Well, to be completely honest with you, they're not right now. There's so many people that I still get quite a few messages saying that you're destroying my bag, and you know, you need to stop talking about it, and you need to, you know, that kind of stuff. So
yeah, of course, you know, I mean, it's called self-preservation. I get it. You know, I was there at a point in time, like,
well, I think that the problem that they have and one thing I think that they don't, I'm really trying to help your bag, because right now, the way it is, it won't survive. It won't survive. And so if they got to make changes and they got to take action and stuff like that. And I want them to do that so that you can look back and you can say, whew, good thing we did that stuff. I have a secure investment, you know, moving forward. I can earn a little bit of money, that kind of thing. That's what I want. And it is right now. And if they don't change anything, it's not going to happen. But that's what I'm trying to tell them. But, you know,
you're right, Chris. Let's say if they need us, and I'm talking about the projects need us more than we need them. If all of a sudden everybody if everybody wake up and go, all right, we're no longer going to support this. I'm going to dump my bags unless you guys fix this. Then the team has no choice. They're either going to walk away and it's over, or they're going to try and fix it, which is what I hope the Vulcan team is trying to do now. You know, I hope they are. You know, we're going to.
Well, I do know that
time will tell, and time is running out.
They're putting in the effort.
They are. I'll give them that. I will give them that.
But my problem is they have not addressed the Plan B issue, and this is not a dig. This is business, and this is not a dig on his character or his person or anything like that. I just don't see how this blockchain can be successful with having Plan B in the position he's at. And I would like him to come plead the case, and not one of these things where, trust me, you know, that is long gone now. I need documentation. I need proof. I need, I got you know, if you know, some guarantees, that kind of stuff. And it's going to be very hard for him. And you know, that's what I want.
But he hasn't even put forth yet. I mean, he sent me a couple of messages a few days ago before when all this stuff started breaking out. You know, but you know, he's probably sending the same messages to everybody, like, hey, you know, investigation. But you're right, Chris. I mean, he, you know, and I agree with you. He needs to come out, not on a Medium article, not post a comment in Discord. I need to see his face. You know, it needs to be live, and he needs to be like, guys, you know, this is the state of the union, and this is what's going to happen.
Right.
If you'll go with me, this is what we're going to do. If you're not, I'll step away. Whatever it is. We need to see him say it. We need to hear him say it. It needs to be, and it needs to be, you know, all the community watching this guy and his body language, because body language does not lie. All right. If you look at Brian Legend's last live, I mean, nobody was even paying attention to this. He was just saying words, you know, he was just saying words, but everybody, well, I would say those that mattered, that were actually paying attention, were watching his body language, and everybody's like, this Joker's lying to us. Look at his body language. Yeah. But so at the end of the day, we can, this is what we need. And I agree with you, Chris. We need Plan B to come out, not with a statement, but with a straight up bona fide live. This is where we're at. You know,
Yeah.
even if it's a private one, but we're all invited. You know, I don't know. My point is, I want to see his face. You know, and you guys know I've had conversations with the guy. I haven't been, and I'll say it again. He hasn't given me any reason to believe that he's of the likes of a Brian Legend. But silence. All right.
It needs to come out soon too.
Yeah,
Man. You can't wait another week.
Silence. I mean, time will tell, but time is running out. All right.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? The sands of time, the freaking flats has been flipped. So, and this isn't my clock, you know, team, Jason. This is your clock. Your credibility, your reputation, not only in crypto, but I would say just in business in general. I mean, I've spoke with him. He seems like a very sound businessman. We've talked business. I mean, he's saying all the right things to me, you know, but at the end of the day, he needs to, I agree. He needs to come out, you know, I mean, and it's not something that this isn't a line in the sand. There is no more lines. There is no more, you know, do this or else. This is just the right thing to do. You know, it's not about me or you or them. It's about, let's just do the right thing for the first time, please. Jason, do right and fear no man, and especially if it's Brian Legend. There you go.
Is that that's a UFO, Chris?
No, it's not a UFO. It's Jocko 30. Man, he's, you know what, dude?
It's a drone.
Seriously. This is him. He says, just in case you're wondering where I'm at tonight, watching, you know, the live and everything. There's some light in a dark cloud. There's another picture I'll bring up that
Okay.
goes in. But he says he's live from Jetty in South Venice. And you know what? All right,
Yes.
Jocko, just rub it in, bud. Just rub it in. Here, I'm gonna bring up this other picture. It's the one that he was talking about, and I think this is actually kind of neat. You know, maybe all this stuff that we're doing and everything like that can be some type of, I don't know, healing or whatever. But you know, in the big picture, we have to take these opportunities to get all the facts out there and make sure everything's good. But there you go. So he's saying like there's light in a dark cloud. So that is pretty nice.
Light in a dark cloud. It's like the sun to me.
Yeah. Well, are you sure about that? You're that's not the space station, or
no, definitely not the
Mars.
space station. There's no way I can see
Mars.
There's no way I can see something the size half of a football field that's 250 miles away in space.
Looks like they're on the moon.
That's Mars, bro. That's Mars.
That's Mars. Man, we're gonna go down that rabbit hole, huh? We're gonna talk about the space station.
Well, at the end of it, here's the difference, though. At least with the whole space station and moon landing and all that stuff that I'd like to talk about, at least I don't know. At least I would believe more that we landed on the moon than Brian Legend. Is only has 6 wallets or something like that. You know what I mean?
There he goes again.
Or he's sorry, yeah.
Now I want to break in here because I've just noticed we've ticked up a few people in the audience, and it's about double of what it was when we did this before. So if you've seen this before, I apologize. Take a break, chill, and everything like that. But it's very important. I want this information out there. And one thing that Bushburner says, we talked about this before. So this video shows he stole his own $1 million. Where did the $1 million come from? Where did it come from? The community?
Yeah.
He used the treasury money.
Yeah.
So this isn't his own $1 million. And when he talks about that, he likes to say those types of things like he put this up. He took the money from the treasury to do these things.
Yeah.
I did these things. Like he made these decisions. But this is a very important video. And I think it kind of opens up your eyes to it. But a couple of things I noticed is he has a couple other alts. I'm sure he's got plenty of others. But watch this video. It's about 4 minutes long. And we'll be back. It's very important.
One person, one lucky millionaire that this is what this whole thing's about, is creating millionaires, right, people? So it's going to be one lucky millionaire that is going to be able to unlock this wallet, this promotion of $1 million worth, all right, by literally completing a seed phrase. we had a treasure pit promo of $1 million. We chucked $1 million worth of SafeMoon in the treasure pit. And then some scrupulous character named Goblin, who people believe is me for some ungodly fucking reason, okay, and think that I even would have the audacity to rug a project or rug a promotion or use a promotion that I've created for the holders, created for you guys. I didn't create it for me. I was never Goblin. It's just bullshit, right? OS says, will a ghost of the past be involved in any new project of yours in the future? Will Ghost of the Past, is that a name? Ghost of the Past? Yeah, it's a name. Will Ghost of the Past, or Ghost, must be a name, Ghost of the Past. I don't know who the hell that is, Ghost of the Past. So I don't even understand this question. Will Ghost of the Past be involved in any new project of yours in the future? So it has to be a name, Ghost of the Past. And I don't know your question, I'm sorry. So if you want to maybe rephrase it or re-ask it again so I can understand it. But yeah, sorry.
There's more.
I love the little insert, little phone calls. It's so funny.
I'm telling you, man.
Decline.
Wait, there's more.
We
I like
we
how
lost,
on an iPhone you can say
followers.
report as what it's a scam or something.
We lost a few viewers. They may have seen it or whatever, but you know, hopefully if we get enough time and maybe get some more views, I will play it again. I think it's very important. I'd rather them say we've seen this way too many times than I've never seen this. So
Yeah,
please
no,
bear with us when we do this.
And there's definitely there's a reason why you're playing this, right, Chris? I mean, people need to understand there was $1 million that was literally stolen from the community in plain sight, and everybody believed it was a guy named Goblin, who is a Brian legend. So
this is another guy here that people need to like search out and find and check out his comments, and like when he enters a room and everything like that. You need to see what he's talking about. He's top notch, and from what I understand, he lives nearby. And one day I hope to be able to have a nice steak with him, maybe a little bit of bourbon, and Yeah,
Randall. Yeah, what's up, Randall? Part of the TCO community there. One thing about Randall is he can smell bullshit a mile away, and he has no he has no problem saying what's on his mind, and I respect him greatly. But he has a great question. Does Plan B share Brian's view that our SafeMoon was a sacrifice and not an investment? That's a question I want to know as well. So put that on my list. One, I want the taxes returned if Vulcan's moving forward. I want taxes returned to note holders up to 1% or at least close to it. Give me something, and I need some sort of written statement on paper on purpose to this question. Plan B: do you share Brian's view that our sacrifice or our SafeMoon, sacrificing for the nodes was not an investment? Basically, we're just like, hey, is this an IOU? For what? For fairy dust? I want to know.
What is that disgusting comment that Brian made a long time ago about kings in the olden days? About
when kings in the olden, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I remember
that the other day, and I was like, "Whoa, this is kind of gross." Talking about sacrificing the women, and
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. The guy, man, he's just.
I want to know what happened. What's going to happen with the money that was raised for the hackathon prizes, like the 200,000? Where'd that go?
Where is the hackathon?
Yeah, where's it? Remember the prize rewards for developers and all that stuff? What happened to that money?
Yeah, well, maybe that went to Nick. Maybe that was his payment in full, and then Brian was hoping to come out with ESCO 8, and then come up with the money for that. He was basically just he was scraping for money, guys. He needed us to pay for not only for his lifestyle, but for the launch of the blockchain. And he literally thought he was going to get away with it. Stevie Summertime Breezy says Brian was stealing notes too. I believe he was. When I go back to the sacrifice, when he turned on the sacrifice for the nodes, there was a 30-minute hiccup, and then all of a sudden it went live again. That was Brian doing what Brian does best with every launch project he's ever launched. He always has to, if you go back, he always has to launch it. Something breaks, he apologized. Guys, I'm sorry, the freaking blockchain, whatever the fuck it says, and then after he turns it back on.
Dropping the F-bombs.
I'm sorry. He turns it back on. Sorry, you told me about this. He turns it back on, and then all of a sudden, everything's fine in the world, and he's the biggest holder again. It's like he's got to get his before we get ours, and it's just it's so obvious now, right? But I think he was, if not, and I think when he's also talking about stealing nodes, we had that one hacker going into the discords, right, into the Vulcan Discord and the shoulder and the Vulcan holder channel, where you have to be verified. He was stealing nodes. I mean, I'm sorry, Brian, but that was you, man. Unless you can prove otherwise.
Didn't I talk to the guy on the phone?
No, I don't know. I don't think he talked on the phone. It was all chat, I think.
Oh wow.
I don't know. I mean, you know what? I could stand corrected. NR, if you talk to him, if you're listening, then I stand corrected. But I just think it was too convenient, it was just too easy with it just to be happening. Guy, I mean, if it turns out to be Brian or one of his minions, this is like, I would not be surprised.
He said Brian. He says all chat. It was all chat.
It was all chat. Yeah.
So it could be Brian Legend. Goddamn.
All right. So look at the question on the board there. This was earlier, and I don't want to miss it. And I know. Oh, did you take it down?
I may have. I'm sorry.
This one. Tina Poltea says, "Was Nathan B real or not?" I don't even know who Nathan.
Nathan B. Nathan B. is the. Is he a real person, or you're asking what are you asking specifically? I know he's the one that won a Tesla, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I guess he's talking about for stealing the node. I guess for stealing the node. I guess. The person.
No, I think it was because I remember that wasn't he the one that won the Tesla?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean he's a real guy. He's a real guy. I've had chats with him. I mean, he's he and I did a couple of lives together talking about nodes and
he's been on my lives.
security. Yeah.
This is important because I don't want to innocently lump.
And he didn't win the Tesla. Oh, he won the Tesla, but he didn't take the Tesla. He took the SafeMoon. And he sold it, right? Is my understanding. And I think I don't know if he's listening. I think he used some of that to sacrifice for a node. Yeah. So So I mean, so he got duped too. Is my understanding. Yeah. So, but yeah, he's a real guy, real nice guy. He's actually a real nice guy. I like him, man. I don't have any reason to believe he isn't real. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, I know he's real because I've seen him. I met him in Dubai.
Oh yeah, I've talked. Yeah, I mean, I guess what the question is he real? Like, what was he in on it? No, I don't believe that for a moment.
I thought she was talking about the person that stole the node. They used Nathan B as a name. Remember that?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. Because he was one of the node gods or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Here
you go. Here's thanks to the BroodFi Discord. Here is what we're talking about. So,
when the old kings of the 12th century used to sacrifice virgin women. Bro, you're twisted, dude. By burning them at the stake just to please the gods in hopes of rain for their crops. Yet no rain came. Did they demand the lives of those women returned? And he laughs. So let me get this straight. Women sacrificed, and you laugh at the end of it. And the thing is, he's not even a religious guy. He doesn't even believe in God. But that's what he said. So this guy, man.
This guy.
This person.
Yeah. So but I want to get to every comment that we possibly can, but we got so many of them. I want to try to narrow down to questions. Oh, there evidently Terry's smoking some meat, and everybody's all like, "What are you? What's your recipe? What are you doing?"
Hey, bro, hey, put that comment back up from Brew for me real quick.
Oh, from where?
The kings of old killing virgins. Put up. I'm gonna do a little. I'm gonna narrate it again.
Hold on a second.
Got a special shout out.
Shout out to, let's see, here we go. There you go.
All right, so blah blah blah. Old kings of the 12th century used sacrifice virgins Did they demand the lives of those women returned? Signed Daniel Prado. There you go. You can take it down. Because that's something he would say. So I'm sorry, but it is. I've been in some, just sorry I had to do that.
You guys. All right. So have you guys seen comments? It seems like or seen questions, because I want to get to questions. A lot of people got Greek DeFi Guru in the chat. He's in there helping out, answering stuff. I see NR, bunch of people. It looks like a bunch of people. DeFi is in there. A lot of people are helping out. That's what the important thing is. We're not the experts up here, and we need we need as much information as you can get to us. We can get up here, and then any kind of questions and comments, please get in there and help them understand too. Go ahead. What were you bringing up here?
This dysfunctional junk says, I'm thinking that Brown Legend is a very disturbed individual in need of therapy for mental illness. Looking back, I choose to ignore the signs, but now I see it clear as day.
And I also, there's two things I want to bring up. And I want to bring up, do you understand the story about what Brian was saying on his live about his mom?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Okay.
But his mom died when he was 2. But then somebody else said he was living with his grandmother or something.
Yes, and I think that it would be very valuable for you to go into the BrewFi Discord and look up what the real story is, so that you understand. I don't want to talk about it here because I think that's between them. But if you want to know the real story about the whole situation, that he was using that in his live, it's disingenuous. It's not accurate. And look up what the real story is. And then another thing I wanted to bring up, I kept forgetting to do this, and I want to sincerely apologize to Lala, because I have never reached out to Lala, talked to her or anything like that. And I showed that video earlier today, and I thought it was important. And after I did it and I was on the live, I was like, I kind of felt bad, because I was like, man, I have never even asked her if she didn't want to see that anymore. Because if that was to me or one of my daughters or something like that, I would be, to see that come up again after 8 months, I'd probably be pretty mad about it. So if Lala's listening, or she's out there, if anybody is, tell her I apologize. I should have asked her if it was okay to show that video and to make that compilation of, and I wanted to show that Daniel apologized, but the fact that there was 8 long months there. And then another thing I want to bring up,
made a good point on that.
At the end of that video, when Daniel apologizes, he says, come into my Discord and we can talk about it. And I'm like, dude, you're making her come to you so that you can talk about it. You need to be going to her at all costs to rectify that. And it shouldn't have taken 8 months. But that is here nor there. But I apologize to Lala, because I did not reach out to her. And I wasn't even thinking about it, and I did not take her feelings into consideration. So I apologize. So,
bro, why do you gotta be such a nice guy? Stop already. I'm just joking. No, but I appreciate.
What are you talking about?
No, you ain't nice to me, but most importantly,
you know what? I just got to do it. I just got to do it, man. It's just get off the stage.
I was about to compliment you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, I watched your video today that you had this afternoon. And my daughter had seen it. Okay. And the first thing that Chris does is like, I'm sorry she had to see that. I'm sorry. I'm going to tell him, Chris, because that's the kind of guy Chris is. He's like, not that he had to see she had to see Chris on a live, because he is kind of like, but
I don't wish that on anybody.
No, but just she had to see, she's like, I was basically telling, I told him that no, actually, my daughter needed to see the difference between a man and a child, and she needs to understand that. I didn't tell you the whole conversation, Chris, but basically, I said this is what happens when evil prevails if good men do nothing. Chris Cruz is a good man. He's literally calling out the behaviors that will actually hurt you as a woman in your life. If we as men allow other men to act like that, you're not safe. So there are, and I was just telling her there's not all men are monsters. And she got this, and I've been telling her this my whole life, but for her to see a man that I hang out with, 3-4 times a week, actually you come out with me not actually on the screen with you and you speak from that. And I said, see, this is why I love this guy, because he's doing what I should have done a long time ago. So you not only said it right, I think for Prado, I mean, he needed to hear that, but you embarrassed me into action. Never again will I allow that to go on, Chris, and not say something. I should have said something. And I tried. And then you even talked about how I lost my cool a couple of times with Mr. Prado. But you and the others are always there to pull me back. So no, I appreciate that video today. I mean, it needed to be said. And you just the way you laid it out, 8 months. I mean, there's so much to unpack there, but it's, and there, I saw a comment, is Yamap, who was saying this? Someone asked, is Yamap a scammer? I don't know. I don't know him that well. I think he's an opportunist, at the end of the day. That could be a good or bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I see he sees an opportunity maybe for to launch an amazing project or to not. I don't know. But I think if Yamap would understand why I have issue with the likes of a Prado, and I'm not saying it's just Prado. There are thousands of men out there, millions of men that are like that. I mean, he needs to be very careful, because it's not okay to allow that to happen. I'm not even talking about the tokenomics of his project, just the character, of treating people that way. There is no way you can call yourself a leader, an influencer, a friend, a man, if you treat people that way, especially the most vulnerable among us, if anything. So anyways, I just wanted to say thanks, Chris, for that video. I know you said a lot in that video, but that was the one part where it was like, he did it to me again, man. This damn guy. So I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, man.
No, you're good, man. It was good stuff. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, go watch it. It was his live this afternoon. It was good stuff.
I think that there's an important statement there with all this, is that a lot of times you hear about toxic masculinity, and I want to be very clear in the way that I view it, and I hope that a lot of other people do too. There is no such thing as toxic masculinity, because being a masculine person is being a strong person, a defender, a helper, good to the community, good to your family, and all that. When it becomes toxic, that's not masculinity anymore. And that's the point that I like to make, or try to make, is that if you want to say you're a masculine man and you act like you're a fool and you do toxic things, and I'm not saying anybody in particular or anything like that. I'm just saying, as you go through life, then if you act a fool and you do ridiculous, disgusting things, that's not masculine. That's being a fool. So
that's a fool, right?
We do have breaking news here now, because now we have a very special guest.
Oh God,
I can't believe
this guy here.
We have, let me take her off for a second. We have Richard Hart with us today.
No, it's El Ricardo.
El
Ricardo Corazon.
El Chapo.
El Chapo.
Hey everybody, Richard Hart here.
What's up? You sound like a Richard. You don't have an accent at all. I'm just joking, bro.
Oh,
What's up,
everybody? Richard Hart here.
What's up,
I lost her. Go to postchain.com, postx.com.
It's too soon, bro. It's too soon. I'm just joking. What's up, man? How you been? How's your week?
Pretty good. I'm here with the fam at SeaWorld, and I'm like, all right, taking a little break, and I'm hearing you guys on the live.
SeaWorld, man. I've been there. I remember taking my kids there. Good times.
Long time ago.
Did I start? Oh, thank goodness. I did start her comment.
Yeah, I have another comment I want to bring up too, but go ahead.
Hold on. She's been waiting for that. What are your guys' thoughts about delaying the flex and releasing early?
No, I don't want it released early. Before we start talking about delaying anything, we need the questions. We need actually, this is me talking. I mean, if you're asking me, the guys may have different opinions, but I don't want to delay anything, because a delay means that you think that the flex is okay and it's a good thing. We're just going to delay it. No, we want the answers to the questions that we had earlier. We want proof in the pudding. You know, with Plan B, what the plan is, of course, the wallets, the nodes. We're gonna get the taxes back. I mean, and
Yeah,
there's
so
a go ahead.
I would say, so you think they're trying to just skip over the main stuff and trying to
Yeah,
force this down?
let's just give them what we want. You know, it's another. You know, I mean, I don't know what's going through their minds. I can only imagine the pressures because it's not. You got to understand, it's not one guy now controlling they don't have the finger on the button. It's a team. It's the team plus their employees that are like, they're all feeling the pressure. So you know they're trying to. I'm assuming. I would assume they're in a board. They're in a meeting, having a couple of boardroom meetings, and they're trying to come up with the best thing. Do we just make them happy, or do we make it right? Do it right. Do it once is my approach. You know, don't delay anything. If you're gonna launch it the way it's supposed to be. But you better but address the questions and concerns we have first. I hope that answers your question. What's this? Oh, Skeletor. I love Skeletor.
So we got the nothing is invested, it is sacrificed. You are not owed anything. Stop playing the victim card. Snowy says you sacrificed your money and didn't invest it. Everything is fine. Probably nothing. Brian is a saint. And then that's the other comment that you read about.
Oh, and the old kings, yeah.
And Skeletor return next week with more disturbing facts.
I loved He-Man, dude. I grew up watching that, man.
I did too, man. And when they started doing that, it was. I was a little bit older than you when that came out, but I enjoyed it. So.
Yeah, I loved it, man. Thundercats
too much older to you. Are you going to bring up that comment because I have a lot to say about that comment?
So, Double A, he says, Chris, Kryptonian, Crypto Pride, and Richard Hart, tired of everyone on the live talking about the idiot Brian. Every single day, you guys are talking about the same thing. And I hear you, man. You know, I'm going to assume you're like, bro, I just want to just move past this. Like, stop talking about the problems, bring us solutions is what I think is where you're coming from. But I wouldn't even say, but the reason why I will continually talk, even if it's a year from now, Brian's legends, I'm not going to be like, I'll never talk about the guy again. No, just like years later, you know, we can talk about Madoff, we can talk about Ponzi. These names, you know, Madoff was a scammer. Ponzi was a scammer. These are real people. Bernie Madoff, Brian Legend is and the likes of those guys. So the reason why I'm going to continue to talk about this guy and the things that he did, because we as human beings have very short memories. And here's the thing: those that want to take advantage of us know that. So this is why, Brian, if you can control the information, get it out of circulation, people forget. And then they get to come back in and do the same thing over again. So no, we're not going to stop talking about this. We can't, you know, and now it's obviously I'm going to have a different approach. I'm going to be, when I talk about it, I'm not going to say I'm going to be beating dead horses or anything like that, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities where I'm going to be bringing up this Joker's name. Because I don't want us to go, you know, 2024, be talking about, you know, Prado Legend. Prado freaking got everybody. And I'm just using him as an example, okay? Because he would like for us to just stop talking about it. Let's move forward. We can't. If we forget, we're doomed to repeat. You know, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it at the end of the day. And this is a damn good life lesson. And my hope is that you guys don't run away from crypto, that you actually become more edified and educated in this space, so that not only doesn't happen to you again, it doesn't happen to us again, it doesn't happen to everybody, because we're talking about it, you know, and that's the only way it's going to stop. It's just going to stop. We cannot, and you're going to be able to recognize a couple of things. Just look at if you go back and watch all of Brian Legend's videos, the way he talks, the things that he says, like like everything's a fact. And then look at the Discord and how they controlled the censorship. Once you start seeing censorship, welcome to communist China. And if you're listening from China, which you're probably not because you're not allowed to, I would say I'm sorry, but this is what at least me in the States, I don't want that. I don't want that for my country. I don't want that for my my crypto my crypto investments at all. You know, especially not at all. You know, at the end of the day, is, you know, control. If they're controlling what I say, they can control what I do. If they can control what I do, then there is no freedom. And I'm sorry from my cold dead hands, but there you go. Hopefully that answers your question. That's my take on it.
Yeah, it seems like they're just trying to make a quick move to throw everything under the bus.
We got Fowler that joined us. What's up,
Like meaning
Fowler?
just like
What up, Fowler?
Yo, what's happening? What's happening?
What's up,
so
man?
basically just put everything under the pillow. Let's get this blockchain launched. Forget about the other money that's missing. Forget about everything else. Let's just get it out there, and whether it succeeds or fails, they they accomplished what they said they were going to do: launch a blockchain. And so, yeah, it seems like they're just trying to skip. And I did hear Prado earlier in his live that the blockchain did cost about $5 to $6 million. I'm like, well, I didn't see the proof, right? There's no way this blockchain can cost $5 to $6 million, to be honest.
No, it hasn't. I'm sorry, it hasn't. Yeah. I mean, the blockchain technically itself, no. If they want to combine all the other expenses, salaries, and paying for the office and lunches. If you guys remember remember when Elon Musk took over Twitter, he fired like so many people. He realized that they were giving away, they were selling in the cafeterias wine and not selling. I mean, you could go eat free lunch every day at work at Twitter. I mean, that's just a small example. And he saved the company, he saved Twitter millions of dollars a year by cutting out all the freaking freebies. So people were showing up like it was like they were at a resort. They weren't actually getting any work done. And so if that's how they were operating and running their business, then if that's what was happening, maybe it was $1 million for the blockchain and to run the company. Well, I need to see on paper, on purpose, itemize it for me so that I can make my decision at that point. I
want to bring up, you guys, I'm not going to read all that stuff. I'm going to leave that up there for a little bit that you can read all that. I love Skeletor, huh? But AA also comes back with a comment to us all, and he says, talk about your projects, crypto in general, Vulcan. Every single day, it's either Brian or Dan. Move on, guys. With the whole Daniel situation, I've pretty much moved on. I've said my piece, and we can just end it there, all that kind of stuff. But I'm not moving on. I'm not moving on because what happened was for the last 10 months, maybe longer, I mean, that we've been moving on. And we've been moving on, and we haven't been bringing anything to light. So now we're shining lights everywhere. And people are going to scatter or whatever. And, I want your participation. You were the one the other day that were on live, and you and before I was on the live, we were talking back and forth, and I wanted to make sure that I went on the live to make sure that you understood and talk about other things, but make sure you understood that if I was typing and it was coming across wrong, I apologize. But, I was quickly doing it and everything like that. But I'm not going to move on. This channel will not move on. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to try my best all the time to bring anything and everything that is sketchy or anything like that. I'm going to bring it up here. If it includes Brian, if it includes Daniel, and if it includes me, which hopefully I don't have a part of anything. So, you guys be upset. Like if I was late on the water bill or something, I'll let you know. But, any of these things, I'm shining a light on this stuff, and I'm not going to move on. I'm not going to do that. So,
to be real, Chris, to not talk about it is all pretty much complicit, especially now that you're awake to it. And it's not like, before you didn't know, right? Like if you didn't know, you can't really tackle stuff, half-heartedly. I mean, most of us try not to, right? But here we are. We have all the information. We found out way more than what we really, on the surface, just, looking at it on the surface, and I get it, man. People don't want people talk about Prado and stuff, but look, man, Prado did it, right? He made his bed, and the last thing I can do is be like, oh, I'm not gonna say anything else. So the next time we run into a Brian Legend issue, right, level of an issue, so what we're gonna do? Just gonna keep doing this over and over again on some like crazy cycle? No, man. Like that's it. The censorship's gonna stop, right? And the only way you're gonna stop the censorship is keep tackling the censorship. Okay? You can't ask for something different if you're not trying to get different results. It's that simple, right? What are we supposed to do? Let people still go into Discord getting banned like crazy every time they're trying to talk about, relevant things and trying to bring it to people, trying to look for some type of solution, or at least somebody to actually bring it up to even see if it's true, right? We don't even get that choice. We didn't even get that choice. We didn't even get the choice to try to verify it, because guess what? We just said we're gonna weaponize the word flood and just beat them down with the word flood. As no matter what they bring you, they're flooders. That has got to stop. That's got to stop. The censorship's got to stop. It's got to stop. It's going to stop in this community, because now it's people that actually are aware of what's going on. Now, if you people want to still bury your heads in the sand, I mean, that's on you, man. You got to go to sleep at night like that. But I'm not. If I got to be in this community, I'm going to keep bringing it up. Now, if you don't want me to keep bringing it up, get me out of the community. Find out how to do that. But until then, I'm going to keep saying something, because there's no way I'm going to go through this again in this community. Go through this again. And if I don't want to go through it again, that means there's other people that don't want to go through this again. And I'm definitely not going to be part of the problem by allowing it to happen again.
That's right.
And that's all I got to say.
No, I agree with you, man. 1000%.
Yeah, and I don't want to disappoint you.
Well said, Fowler. Well said.
But that the channel that I have on YouTube and everything like that, I will not be going away. I will be covering the blockchain and what they talk about and stuff like that. And I want to cover other cryptos, and we can talk about those tonight and everything like that. But this will be these things that they discovered over the last year. I will be bringing up, and new things that they discover, I will be bringing up, and I will continue to discuss it. And I hope that you can stick around, you can learn something, and maybe you can give us some input on some of the projects that you think of and stuff like that. And I'm not going to say I'm not going to, cover those types of things, but we tried that. What was the last Sunday, Pride? We did a bunch of different projects and had Moonshot Max on. But did you see he had his live that was on earlier? That was a pretty good live. Yeah. But Moonshot Max, and we've invited other people and stuff like that. But right now, in the current state of things, at least in the next week or so, depending on if, something else comes out, seems like every single time we're about ready to talk about other things and do stuff, this stuff comes up. But
yeah, man,
I won't be moving on anytime soon. And we can talk about other things, but these will be the majority of what we're talking about until every person out there, knows what was going on, what is going on, and what can be going on in the future. So, but
Sharon says, probably what happened to Curtius, the YouTuber. I actually talked to Curtius. He said he's very busy at work. It's that peak season over there in Hawaii, but he's doing okay.
Good, man. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a bit, man. Glad to hear he's doing okay. Senior Rojo, what's up, buddy? He says all the division within our community is exactly what BO wanted. No, he didn't want division. He wanted control, and unconditional control, and he wanted your money. Period. He wanted you to only throw money at his projects, his ideas, things with his blessing. That's all he wanted. In fact, he could care less if we're divided, or if we're together. He doesn't care. He just is, because if he doesn't have control, it doesn't matter to him. And that's just evident if you just look at the history of this guy. I want to bring something up. Because we are talking about. Yeah, go ahead. I'll cue it up. But
you sure? Oh yeah. Let me just say this.
Yeah, that's
quick.
A good one. Go ahead.
A lot of people can't see this, but this is from DeFi, and he said my goal is to FUD the hell out of crypto, and by FUD I mean FUD equaling facts and unbiased debunking. Too many clowns in the crypto toss out the FUD label on anyone criticizing anything in their projects. And that's doing a giant disservice to their community and their investors. In fact, it's often used purely as a tool of censorship and manipulation. It's time to shut all that shit down and clean out the clowns from this space. Dave, listen, man, you got to cut back on the cussing, man. I'm just not, come on now.
I mean, at least it wasn't a capital S.
Yeah. At least, but he's right. That's what FUD is. And that's what I was trying to explain the other day. And I didn't bring it up to everybody today, but if you look at my little icon here, I'm going to go on a solo thing so people can see Do you see this down here at the bottom where it says creator for the crusader for the fudders? That's a total that's been bestowed upon me, and I wear it proudly. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to FUD: facts and unbiased debunking. Dave is exactly right. Dave Fi, I should say. His name might not be Dave. Would that be? That's probably his name, right? Dave Fi.
I mean, in the channel, but I know those guys. I doubt that's his real name.
Dave Fi. But anyway,
what's up, Dave Fi?
That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I will be a crusader for the fudders, and if it brings light and it saves people from investing or doing something that maybe they shouldn't have, and it makes the space more honest and everything, I will proudly do that. So, yes, it's Dave, but that is you know what, Dave? That is the creepiest, dude. That Chucky thing. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, he loves that Chucky stuff, man.
Man, I've kicked in doors in certain parts of the world and everything like that, and cleared things. If I went into, man, I'm telling you, if I saw Chucky, man, that'd be it, man. I'd be like, I'm out, bro.
I would just say Chucky scared the hell out of me back in my day when I was a kid watching this. So I remember when I jumped in the Discord and I saw that, because he's got some crazy, man. He got some crazy ones, crazy memes on it. It's like, that's kind of scary, man. I like Chucky. I'm gonna throw something up, guys. All right, so we are of course talking about Vulcan, obviously, and everything that's going on. Let me zoom this in a little bit if I can. Is that better? All right, so guys, this is the questionnaire from the Vulcan blockchain feedback form, or this is the feedback form they want us to fill out. So basically, it's covering some actual questions about moving forward. They're asking the community a couple of questions regarding buys and fees. Do you feel it's fair and reasonable percentage fees? So you can go in, if you haven't done this already, if you're part of the community, or if you're part of the blockchain, maybe not even so. You're thinking about getting into it, whatever. Go ahead and fill out these questions, because my thought is they're taking the answers, and this is what they're going to use to kind of do the reset moving forward for the blockchain. But the most important one for me is this one right here. This is my suggestion. Give noters a percentage of the taxes as advertised, period. Everything else is cornflakes. So I want to go back to the moment I made the decision to sacrifice. Is because of this right here. And this is what started it all, Brian Legend and Plan B. This is the reason why we're having this. I'm here having this conversation today. When you took that from us after you told us it was ours, yeah, that wasn't the best choice to have made, because here it is resurfacing again. So for me, if you're a note holder, a light note holder, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But this is the form, guys. You can find it in the Vulcan Discord. Go over here, check it out, fill it out, because this is exactly what you need to do right here. You need to fill this out. Any questions, suggestions, this is where I suggest you post it. So at least you can say, hey, I have a suggestion. Hopefully the team, or hey, can you actually ask the team to do this? Well, this is a place to do it right here. So I hope that if you haven't done this already, I recommend you go do it. There it is.
Okay. Oh, I thought we lost somebody. I was like, oh, did we lose somebody? But we still have the man, the myth, the legend, Richard Hart and Fowler there. So yeah, we're good. So, here's another. Dave, I'm not bringing up that other one, dude. That Chucky one, no way. I'm not doing that, dude. That's never going to happen. You can just keep those little memes to yourself. And
hey, Chris Double A has he says, I didn't mean censorship, guys. No, I know.
Oh no, I didn't think that either.
Yeah, not at all. But I know what you're saying. And don't get me wrong. He will be held to account by somebody. The karma's a bitch. All right. Karma's a bitch, and she's expensive.
Yeah, right. and AA, that I was not thinking at all that you were thinking that. I think you were just like, look, it's kind of exhausting and everything. And I know,
we know.
I mean, this isn't all fun and games. I mean, really, I would really like to be talking about Irish whiskey and some bourbons, and about Kryptonian's crazy about the space station and everything like that, and he's a little unhinged and everything.
I'm crazy about how fake it is, but go ahead.
But I mean, we'll have time for those things, and talk about other cryptos. There's some that I see out there that I'm excited about. Then I got to do some more research.
Chain.com.
you know what, Richard? Please, just you know what? We're not there yet. Anyway, I want an
I
update
got
on
a
your
half a
OnlyFans.
$1 million watch, Rolex.
Give me an update on your OnlyFans, Richard Hart. Is that are you going by Richard Hart on your OnlyFans now, or is it still back to Hex again, or what are we going with now?
Richard Hart is going by Richard Hart now.
Richard Hart OnlyFans?
Yes, sir. I got a 6-inch PP and everything you want to
there
see.
it is.
There we go.
What's crazy is that I hear little kids behind you, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
bring it down nuts, bro.
You're the first one to subscribe.
Well, he subscribed a lifetime
it's a free trial, bro.
right?
You gave me a discount though. You said 5.5 was my discount. 5.5.
I
so
give you
like,
a
okay,
discount.
whatever that means. You know,
Texas
5.5. No, but they asked if I could post a link to the form, the Vulcan blockchain feedback form. Here it is, guys. I don't know if you can copy or paste that off. If you DM me, I'll send it to you. But you can definitely go to the Vulcan Discord and find it there. Biz, if you're around, he can definitely post it as well. Find it, he can give you another link to it. But that's it, guys. I suggest you do that because the more they hear, remember, they need us more than we need them, and this is one of the ways we show them that. Like, if they were to get thousands of people hitting this form, they have no choice but to make something happen, or they're stupid because thousands of people will walk away. I mean, and they're nothing without us. Governments are nothing without us. I mean, they need us. All right. Just remember that. And I'll get rid of that comment. There you go.
Oh, what was the comment? Kyoto? What's the
link that I just posted? No, I was
the comment that came up. I didn't see that question in the thing.
The question. I'm sorry. The question, what they asked if I could post a link to the.
No. The question that came after someone says, "What do you think about the delay of something?"
Oh, I didn't see that.
I'll say
which if you guys find it, or whatever,
I found it. I found
right
it.
there.
Good.
That's not it.
This one.
There it is. What's your thought? Well, I have no idea.
No, I my thoughts on the Kyoto, because of the Kyoto delay, the Kyoto blockchain delay. In my opinion, it has to do with most blockchains aren't successfully launched or really launched in the middle of the summer. Everyone's out. There's not a lot of people looking to no one's going to be around to capture all the marketing and all the buzz, right? So I think in my opinion, it's going to be towards the end of the year. But I don't in any way, shape, or form think it has anything to do or even close to the dump show that Vulcan is right now. I mean, it's completely different, but I hope that answers your question. That's my opinion on it. And I'm actually looking forward to the Kyoto blockchain. I've got a project that I'm super excited that I hope I get to bring to it. As you guys know, we got Eco Token, and because the Kyoto, they're dealing with carbon credits and green energy and all these types of things, conserving the planets, those types of reducing carbon footprints. And then I have a really good friend of mine that has a real world company that this is what they do. So he wants to bring it to blockchain, but we'll talk about that later whenever we get closer to the Kyoto launch.
So this is another thing I wanted to bring up, and I mean, we'll have to, if you guys want to talk about other cryptos, but there's a few things I want to bring up, and this is in the Discord, and we know you can understand what his name is there, right? So
Major asshole. I'll say.
Okay, I'll let you say that.
No, he's cool as shit, man. He is. In R and I always talk about, man. You're my kind of asshole. This guy's an asshole, but you know what? He's good about it, man. I like him too, man. He's cool as shit, man. What's up, Major? Good.
Well, this is a pretty long statement, and I did want to read this on air, and I hope that you guys can see it. But he says, so let me get this straight. Brian just admitted to owning some of the wallets we've already known here to be for a long time. We know that 7 out of the 10 wallets are his, which I think that he retracted or whatever, and I think it's 6 now. But I mean, a lot of those are pretty confirmed right now. But I'll let them go through that stuff. Which in his live streams, he said Fudders are BSing about Brian owning most of the top 10 Vulcan wallets, and that the only wallets he sacrificed from was his public wallet, which he has now admitted to. You can see some of the wallets that he admitted to owning sacrificed 3 days later after pumping the SafeMoon price. Now that was a very important statement that I saw in this, and you guys understand that if you track those wallets, the wallets that he was wash trading with and doing all this stuff with, he pumped the price, and there are screenshots in there too of his messages pumping the price of Vulcan or of SafeMoon, and then sacrificing later so he'd get more. So when we all got upset when the price went up a couple of days after, we were like, man, if I'd have just waited a couple of days, I'd have got more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those wallets were doing that pumping, and who controlled those wallets? So I think it's very important that that's in the middle here, and we don't forget about that. So 3 days later, after pumping SafeMoon to get a much better conversion than the rest of the community, so he has more Vulcan, which again confirms what we've been saying all this while, and that he was intentionally effing the community over. He only did, this is really tough to watch on my screen because it's like massive over here, but he only did this now because I mentioned yesterday that he needs to dox his marketing wallets. That's exactly where I got this from. When I brought it up on Mellafella Crypto's show, I think it was Mellafella's, right? Or no, was it you, Pride? Yeah, I think it was Pride. Yeah. On that night, I said, we know his public wallet, right? And he talks about market making. And this is where I got this from. Not this one particular, but something he had previously posted. When he was making his market making that he talks about, where are those wallets? Because the public one doesn't show that. So where are those wallets? And then he comes out with his list of wallets, which amazingly he's retracted one of them. So, and that one, I think he had to retract because he said it was his, and someone came forward and said, hey, that's my wallet, and I have KYC'd a note in it. So, well, I think somebody the person put in a ticket, so they'll investigate that and make sure that's right. That's just someone talking, so I don't know for sure. And it might be different. I haven't caught up. I'm so knee deep in these this rabbit hole. But anyway, I don't even know where I was at. Market making wallets. If not, he had no intentions to dox these wallets, as seen already from his last live stream. Okay, if we have gone ahead and actually doxed these wallets, now take a step back and think of how many of his wallets he's actually hiding, hasn't spoken about yet. When he says these were his personal funds, where do you think that they came from? They came from pumping and dumping SafeMoon, cashing out through the SIF and the fire pit out of a centralized exchange, and then bringing them back into another wallet and using it for market making, wash trading, by the way. It was the investor's money, not his. Knowing all these facts now, is it proven that Brian is a pathological liar and will say anything, everything that suits his narrative or to save his ASS? So I think that I want to make sure that you guys, this might be redundant for people that have been here, but I just want to make sure that we're making this very clear that everybody understands what was going on and what was happening. So if it's redundant, I apologize. It might get kind of boring, but this is good information. Yeah. And hopefully you can take this information and take it out to the public, tell people. And if you know people that left SafeMoon and that didn't sacrifice, so they did, and they're out in the cold and they don't know anything about all this stuff, and you know them, they're friends or anything like that, reach out to them. Tell them we're here. We're trying to change this for the better for everybody, for the community. We need their support, all that. Get this information out to everybody. So,
yeah, with all that being said, Chris, those that are watching that are part of that have fallen victim to Brian's lies, and even Prado's, backing them up, that after what you just read, and we now know through the investigation that Brew did long ago, and the team finally is admitting it, right? You're finally admitting it, but it was found out month, year ago, whatever. Brian Legend said he only had one public wallet the whole time, lying to your faces. All right, lying to your faces, straight up. It's one thing to lie to my face, but it's another thing to lie to my face and to take the money from me that I could be using to feed my family. The guy's just a piece. He's just a piece of work, man. But I want to say something that I think is extremely important. Plan B, if you're watching, I think what you should do is you should unban all the wrongly banned people in the Vulcan Discord right now. Everybody that's been banned from Discord, I'm going to say wrongfully or wrongfully banned, not unbanned, but if you've been banned, I think Plan B, the team, whoever has control of that Discord now needs to turn your accounts back on, allow you to come back in and be part of the community, because all you had were questions, because that's the right thing to do at the end of the day. Brian was going around just shutting the freaking, shutting people down. Why would he do that? For this, to keep people from finding out this. Had he not had that control that he's had, that it went unchecked. Okay, it went unchecked by the founders. They let him be Brian. They let Brian be Brian, and this is the shit. Sorry, Chris. This is the bed that they are now. They basically bought him the sheets, the pillowcases, picked the frame out for him. Hell, probably even freaking made his bed for him every day. Well, this is the bed you guys made. Now you guys got to deal with it. Go unban everybody that was wrongfully banned, or unban everybody that was wrongfully banned. I think that's a good start too. There it is, right? Weird Science. I love that movie, man.
Man, so that was sent to me for display and everything like that. I won't let you know who it is, but
that's so funny, man.
I'll let them tell me if they want it to be publicly known. But I thought that was very nice of them to do that for you.
That's funny, man. I'll pull up the picture that I have, and you'll laugh your asses off. But there was a comment. What's this one here? Robert Duchette says, once the pimple is finally popped, and we've all seen the pimple popper on TikTok or YouTube at one point in time. You know what I'm talking about. Gross as shit. But we as a team and community can move ahead and look for bigger and brighter days. And can I get an amen? Hell yeah, amen. Yeah. And that only happens when we talk about it. They're talking about it is not only addressing the problem, but we're going to come up with solutions, but it's also a form of therapy in a sense. Because remember, everybody that's listening, we're all feeling a certain way right now. Like, damn it, this was not supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to be the one. Good.
I would say, what do you think about this one here? It says from GM Junkie, wild idea. Team looking to get out, talk to the community for a bit, try to get the blockchain launched ASAP, let it wreck itself and walk away. Sorry, guys, didn't work. Market didn't like it.
I mean, they could say that, right? But if they don't take any of our suggestions, and they just they delay certain mechanisms, right? Certain features, and then they give me this response or this answer. Yeah, then I'm like, no, the market didn't like it because you didn't change anything. You try to do business as usual, I think, right? I mean, at the end of the day, right, Pride? I mean, the market's going to decide anyways. Anyway, they can make all the changes, do everything we want, right? Check every box, but the market still has to decide, right? But let the market decide everything with no censorship, right? Completely open, completely decentralized. And I would even say this. I think if it was completely decentralized, and I'm not talking about, the chain itself. I'm talking about the community, because it's centralized, it's controlled. I think it would be certainly in a lot better place right now, and I think it'd have a better chance.
Here's another one I completely forgot about from King King. I'm quite sure the money extracted from Treasury for the Change Now partnership was never accounted for return.
There's a lot of money. Oh yeah, we have a list, okay? Or Brew has a list. All right, those guys. Every word that's ever been uttered out of Brian Legend's mouth, Plan B's mouth, hell, even Caitlin and Adrian, all those, the team founders, anytime they've made a post, made a comment in Discords and lives or whatever, I promise you it has been documented, screenshot. All right. So I would say every penny has a purpose. Every I has been dotted, every T has been crossed. My point is this: on paper, on purpose. So if you've spoken in behalf of the team in any way, it's been documented. Trust me, they pull stuff I've set up. Well, you said this about, Brian, and, and you supported him. Well, based on what I knew at the time. Yeah. I mean, now I'm going, fuck was I thinking? Sorry, Chris. What was I thinking? But yeah. Yeah. And back to this, I guess to this point is, the money for the partnership, is accounted for return. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I think it was spent. There are many there. I'm going to say many, but there are videos of Brian sitting at a crap table, at a blackjack table, just gambling. I don't know if it was before SafeMoon, after SafeMoon, but the guy's playing with stacks of chips, thousands and thousands of dollars. Wow. I'm sorry, but they're out there, guys. Go to Brew, you'll see them. All right, they got it. The guy is a gambler. I don't know if he's a compulsive gambler, but I mean, the last thing that I want a leader of any sort of any investment that I'm involved in, where I got tons of questions, the last thing I need to do is see this guy sitting at a blackjack table. I'm sorry, man. I don't want to see that. There may be nothing to it, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't bode well as far as instilling confidence. And that guy's leading the charge here. There was a comment I saw here from AA. He was just talking about let me find it. AA. I saw it. I didn't want to forget it. Here it is. So he says, it was to me specifically. That's why I'm bringing it up. And I appreciate the question. He says, I need to diversify my portfolio. After Brian milked me dry with his scamming, sad but true. Yeah, man, trust me, we're all saying it. Damn, you got me right. Want to hear about new projects and what everyone's holding so I can do some research. So obviously I got some projects going, but I'm not here to talk about my projects. All right. Today's not the day. All right. Now's not the time for me to be like, hey guys, Brian screwed us, but wait, there's more. Let me just jump on mine. I'm sorry, man. That's not going to happen. I'm not that guy. What I will say is this is someone's calling me. What I will say is this is
mad because you're not talking about their project.
Yeah. In our what fucking doing, bro? No, but no, it's all seriousness. But I'm not going to say not financial advice. Everybody knows I'm a Bitcoin guy. I'm a Bitcoin maxi. I've been dollar cost averaging into, buying on a weekly Bitcoin since 2012, 2013 ish. Really aggressively. 2014 is when it really started, and I'm a happy camper right now. Okay, so I would look at blue chip coins, man. Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP. I know people are like, XRP, you're stupid. I mean, they just won the case against the SEC. It's still to be determined. That doesn't mean they're going to the moon or like that. It just means, there's going to be some appeals. There's going to, trust me, this isn't over. Okay. I mean, the SEC isn't going to go away quietly. So be careful. But I think it's a step in the right direction. That's my opinion. Unless there's some information that's dropped at this point in me time saying this, I'm just saying, but based on what I know right now at this moment. But for me, it's if you were gonna say what are you getting into, Bitcoin, man, that's just me. I'm sure there are plenty of other there are hundreds of others. I wouldn't say thousands of projects because there's probably not even hundreds. There's probably a handful, 20, 30 that you can actually do well in. Where you're not going to be, you're not have to worry about the volatility or whatever. But for me, it's Bitcoin, dollar cost averaging, and whatever you do, that's what I do. And so far, it's been proven to be okay for me. I hope that helps.
All right. So what I have up here, and this is not a bash session and everything like that.
Zoom it in a little bit, bud, if you can.
This isn't a bash session on any kind of project or anything like that. But I want to make you aware of this, and I do feel like I'm not sure, but I think that Daniel may have already addressed these and everything like that. But this is the white paper for the worldwide token, and they were talking about these issues in there, and they're saying that can blacklist any wallet he wants or all wallets if he feels spicy. That means no buying, transferring, or selling. Okay, so this is part of like doing your own research. I think Daniel's open to this. I don't know. I did see that he was talking to a few members in BrewFied, so maybe these are things that he was taking care of or whatever. So just take it with a grain of salt. We'll talk about it. maybe if they've updated the white paper and everything like that, great. If not, these are concerns, and maybe address it with him. Maybe he can explain them and everything like that. But just so that you know about it, and it's not one of these things that nobody said anything. Okay. 2, can instantly nullify any tokens held by any wallet. You're a whale and your tokens were worth $1 million. Yeah, right. Nope. Daniel Prado has decided you no longer have any holdings at all. And then, you're the same whale above. You have $1 million in worldwide tokens. We can instantly transfer your tokens to his wallet via the contract. With worldwide token, you own nothing. You are subject to the whims of a complete, with zero control over his emotions that can instantly wipe out or straight up steal anyone's holdings at any time. Okay. Well, do a little research on this statement and everything like that, and see where Daniel is and what the community is. But I wanted to bring it up because of like I was talking about, that this is one of those things that I don't want us to be in a situation where we didn't talk about these things and we didn't shed light on them. So, but yeah, so there, I see another question about there. With me right now, like projects that I like, and Pride and I try to talk about some of these. I'm in the drip garden. I enjoy it though. I don't know. You have to do a little bit more research on it and stuff like that. I'm not a proponent. I don't know one way or the other what's at best or not. I just enjoy it. I like, growing the garden and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, look at me, GPBOTS. I think is one of those things that's new and everything. It looks pretty interesting. I kind of like their structure, but ultimately I am a big fan of Bitcoin. So that's where I go. And then I think it's you mentioned XRP. I think XRP with the ruling about XRP being able to be sold on the secondary market and everything. I think that's some good information. I think, these are all things that if you want us to specifically break down something, yeah, let us know. But there's where I'm at. And then Shadow X brings up his comment, like we talked about earlier today. He's selling 5 light nodes. If anybody's interested, reach out to Shadow X or get a mediator or something like that. But that's an opportunity for some people. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. So Pride, what are some of the ones that you're thinking about project wise that you've seen and stuff?
Right now I'm just on, like you said, GPBOTS, man. This new project just came out, only 35 days old. It's one of those projects you got to get in early to kind of reap the rewards, because like I said, these projects, you don't know how long the project's going to stay around in general, period.
Right.
So it's very, very important to get in these projects early before, the hype train comes, and the hype train is about to come for GPBOTS. So like I said, I got about 5 videos on GPBOTS. I got the link in the description of this video if you guys want to check it out. But I like it so far.
Yeah. Now, if you want so those are good ones. I'm sure other people have some stuff out there, and I'm open to talk about those things. But believe me, I am not the expert, and I am not shilling any of these projects. To me, they're just like different things that I see, and they're interesting to me and everything like that. Most of the crypto ones, other than Bitcoin, I take serious. The rest of them, I'm kind of like, that's cool idea and stuff. And maybe I like their website and stuff like that. I don't make like informed decisions on some of the DeFi crypto that I do. I just play around. I don't put really any money into them or anything like that. But Sunny T brings up, I would like a breakdown of Bitcoin at some point. I am quite new to crypto. My first investment was SafeMoon. Man, did we all have SafeMoon? Did everybody here have SafeMoon? You never had SafeMoon?
Yeah, actually, I actually had SafeMoon. SafeMoon was my first DeFi play, or I would say DGen play was Dogecoin. I did pretty good on that, and I threw that into SafeMoon, and SafeMoon and Safeu. So what happened with SafeMoon, if you haven't been in it, man, and Greek would tell you, that's where I met. Well, obviously I met Greek. That's when I first heard of Greek, because he was doing SafeMoon videos. And one thing about Greek is once he realized it was once he had straight up, okay, this is a freaking scam, or the team is just completely they're not going to deliver. That's when he was like honest with everybody. So that's how Greek is. He wants to make sure he knows that he knows. I mean, because he's always good at, he's very neutral on things until he knows. And so with SafeMoon, when Greek was at a point where he was like, okay, the team's not delivering, too many questions. It's basically more of the same with SafeMoon. So you had a CEO in SafeMoon that was pretty much living, the story is he was living in a trailer before he became the CEO of SafeMoon. And then he bought him, and now all of a sudden he's living like Brian Legend. We never got a blockchain. We never got he was going to be launching an exchange. It was just more of the same team. They found out the team had team tokens. They were paying influencers. It was just a big shit show. Okay. And I was like, well, it'll never happen to me again. I learned my lesson. And then I get into SafeMoon. Well, I'm thinking, surely this is different. Obviously, it's more the same. So that's why, as far as the degen plays, SafeMoon, even Vulcan to this degree, because we don't know what it's going to do. Bitcoin, I mean, that's why I'm a maxi. I didn't even really knew that word until I got into this community, a maxi. It's worked for me. I haven't lost my ass on it, and it's completely decentralized. There is no CEO saying we're going to launch this for Bitcoin or trust me, or there's not a team, or like, it's just out there. It's done. It's, the contract's denounced. And at the end of the day, it is what it is. The market decides what happens to Bitcoin. Yes, there's going to be some large institutional plays that dictate the price to some degree, but that's where the education comes, and paying and trying to, as much as possible, humanly possible, because you don't got so much time in a day, is try to keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on in the market, so that you don't get wrecked, right? But that doesn't come with me sitting down and talking to you for 30 minutes. This is what I do, or this is how you do it. This comes with experience. Playing in the markets, and really trying to listen to everybody that you possibly can, specifically with Bitcoin, that are doing well or not doing well, and trying to, from those conversations, the research that you do, come up with your own game plan. Everybody's got their own game plan that's unique to them, because you may be able to invest a lot more than I can, but ultimately it's all about personal responsibility. And you doing, you taking the time. Don't listen to what I have to say. It's hear what I have to say, and then go do your own research, and then you formulate your own plan. And that's the best way to do it. Because remember, with crypto decentralization, the whole point is this: I am my own bank. I am responsible for me. At the end of the day, right? I'm not trusting some hedge fund guy at Fidelity, to make money for me. This is me doing it. So this is what crypto is all about. If you don't know that, now you know. Right? But
I want to bring up this is on the page here. This is maxed out on my screen, so I can't get any farther. It's probably going to be very difficult for people to see. But in the BrewFi Discord, this is something. This was said. I don't know if you have seen this or not. This is the wallet breakdown. I don't want to say the name unless they'll let you guys go in and see the name. Prepared last year to help simplify where all the money was going in the SafeMoon version 1 treasury. I guess that's what. But it was dismissed over and over again back then. So this is information that they've had for a year. And if you look at it, it says how much money left the SafeMoon treasury. This is a chain analysis tool made by Certic. You input the address and it shows all the transactions. So this breakdown, and you can't see some of these, but I'm just going to scroll down here, and there's a comment down here. New here. Has there been any explanation why the Treasury wallet sent 500,000 BUSD and 350,000 worth of BNB to this wallet address? That wallet doesn't appear anywhere in the contract, and just curious what it's for. Thanks. So, I mean, this just goes on and on, this report on where these funds are going and how shady they were back then. So, I'm sure that these will all be explained as, to some degree as to what was going on. But the important thing is, these are things that we go back to this again, that they knew about this, they put it out there, and they were censored, banned, and all that. So I would encourage you guys, and I can barely read down at the bottom, and it says like a plus thing. Oh my God. See, look at my plus thing turns into like, that's not, I can't go any higher than that. That's ridiculous. But this is in there. I would go in there. It was posted recently, but it is in the files. Go in, check it out, read that kind of stuff. Know what happened in the past so that we can keep an eye out for the future, what the blockchain's doing and all that kind of stuff. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that this was there. It has been there for a long time. And when it was brought up, they were censored. So,
oh yeah, they were censored. They were blocked. They were deemed fudders. They were told to go jump in a lake. They were told that, hey, you're trying to hurt my bag. I mean, you know, the worst. It was just horrible.
Wait, hold on a second. Crypto Pride, I think you replied to everybody in the chat.
Oh, I did by mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, and they I mean, if you on his channel, when he types it in here, it goes to all the channels that are on here. So it looks on my YouTube that I answered and said, yeah, watch my videos. No, don't go watch my videos on that. You got to go to Pride's and watch it, because I didn't do any videos on it or anything like that. And you'll be like, man, you told me to watch his videos. No, it wasn't. It was Pride. You got to go to Pride's channel, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. He does quite a bit of videos on different things. Oh, but I wanted to go back to Sunny. I forgot this. She said, you said something, you would like a breakdown on Bitcoin and all that kind of stuff. Listen, Confirmant RM, you got to go over to his channel. Check out his channel. He does Bitcoin technical analysis. He tries to keep it kind of small and everything like that, you know, not too long, but check him out. If you feel like you can understand his technical analysis or anything like that, and maybe even reach out to him. He does that all the time. He looks at it quite a bit and everything. Me, my thing is I just buy Bitcoin every chance I get. And, you know, I'm just like, I'm not that one. I don't look too much. Now, if you want to talk about Forex trading, stuff like that, I have all kinds of charts, all kinds of things to do there. So, but when it comes to crypto, I goof off with the other stuff, but Bitcoin, I'm just buying.
Yeah.
So
I want to get into Forex. What's the, like, for a newbie like me, what would you suggest that like the first thing I do if you want to get into Forex?
Wow. I think one of the, what'd you say?
Don't.
Yeah. One of the things I would do is I would go to a website called Forex Factory, and it is individual people. There are forums in there and everything like that. And it goes back 10, 15 years, I guess. I don't know. They got massive amount of data, and they're individual people, just like in the Discords, you know, and you can go back into all their histories. They have different trading plans. They have different, like indicators and stuff like that. Some bots and stuff. And these people have like created some trading systems. They have the community that says, oh, this doesn't work, you know, and they work out these different things. But Forex Factory, go there, check out their forums. You'll learn a ton of stuff. And like I said, it goes back at least a decade. It might be longer, but at least a decade. So that is a massive amount of user interface data that you could actually talk to like a regular person. So, but that's where I would start. And then after that, then you're probably going to be like, for God's sakes, I can't take it.
All right, guys. Well, I got to head out. I got to get up early.
All right, buddy. Good seeing you, man.
Thanks.
All right.
Guys.
So Richard Hart needs to go too. I think he was talking about in the chat that he had to go. So, but take care, Pride. Appreciate you being here.
Hey, buddy.
So let's see. Yeah, I'm up here. We were talking about SafeMoon. Is that right?
Yeah, SafeMoon. Oh gosh, I mean, I saw some comments. Yeah, everybody's been in that. Yeah, I think that's what popped everybody's cherry. You know, when it comes to the freaking DeFi, it was during the bubble, man, or during the bull run for altcoins, and it was they had 2 million freaking they had 2 million holders. I mean, like up to 2 million wallets at one time. Huge, and it was a missed opportunity for these guys. They could have really done something great. And
I mean, I fell off the bandwagon with that. I don't know. I didn't have a whole lot of SafeMoon, so I was like, all right. But I mean,
I still hold about 10 million SafeMoon.
10 million. Well, so is that like worth like $5, or is it
I don't know, $1,000.
Is it
I
like
don't
like
even
one of
know.
those tokens or whatever?
Yeah, at one time, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I when I got in, before it freaking shot up. Oh God, I don't remember so long ago, but I went with about a $1,200-$1,300 investment. It went all the way up to about 30K, and I was like, I'm gonna write it to 100K or 50. I was gonna start. My goal was to kind of bail out. Take I had already taken my initial out. So from the moment it went up over 2K, I already took my initial out. But I thought it was going to go to the way they made it sound, and I'm new to this whole thing, right? I'm like, oh shit, it's going to go to because I just saw what happened with Doge. It was making millionaires. All right. So I'm thinking, surely I'm going to make a couple 100K off this joker. And I didn't. It went, I probably cashed out about 5 to 10K over maybe 12K. I left about 10K in there, and then it just went up, and then it dumped, and it's never really recovered. So, I mean, I got my initial out. I made some money on it. That's how I got into SafeMoon and what I used to get into SafeMoon. So it was definitely a roller coaster because, remember the goblin, the whole the contest that Brian did with like whoever can figure out the seed phrases gets $1 million, right? So this whole scavenger hunt thing, when I started seeing that, I'm like, oh, this is very similar to what SafeMoon would do. I mean, they weren't doing like, hey, well, they had some wallets so you could say figure out some things, not really seed phrases. I don't remember what seed phrases, but they had some scavenger hunts to win some SafeMoon. But I just remember there in their social media, in their marketing, they're always throwing out like they're putting us on these hunts for information. They would drop a keyword. And everybody's like, oh, all the YouTubers are like, oh man, they said the word owl. So yeah, one of the biggest YouTubers his name was SafeMoon Joe. Him and others went and did spent a couple of hours doing research, come back with the video, and like, guys, we figured out the word is owl, and they're going to be doing. And it was funny because the lead developer, I forget his name, they call him Papa or something like that. He made some comments about an owl, so they were assuming the owl was relative to a logo or was the name of some other blockchain or some other company. People were just connecting all these dots that weren't there. And then finally, when they realized they were wrong, and they asked the guy, so what is this owl about? Right? I remember this because they was going on for weeks. He's like, oh man, I was just high one day. I don't know if it's high, but I was just programming one day, and I looked out the window and I saw 2 owls freaking getting it on. So I just posted owl in the Twitter feeds. That's all he did. And it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing for all the influencers that spent hours trying to figure out, they thought it was a clue. Hey, they're dropping the next partnership, whatever. Yeah. So I learned quickly, like, man, that's jacked up. So I was like, I hope that never happens again. And so the differences between SafeMoon and SafeMoon is where it was a team of guys doing it with SafeMoon. It looks to be one guy right now until proven otherwise, and we'll find out. But Brian is basically all these guys in one, in a sense. But I think Brian's worse, way worse than the SafeMoon guys, 100%. But anyways, SafeMoon was a roller coaster for me. I learned quickly that crypto isn't what I thought it was.
So Shadow X says Bitcoin was my first time, but he actually made most from Doge. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. Doge. I made Bitcoin. I made my gains with Bitcoin over time.
I made my gains because I didn't know how to sell it.
Yeah. Just right.
I mean, I'm no like crypto dude. I was like,
I just kept buying
with this crap.
Yeah, I remember that. You just did not sell it. So I mean, you got forced into to making money. Where I was like, I'm not selling it. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to keep buying it. Yeah. But Doge was the one where I actually bought. I put a little in. So as you know, like with compound interest and just dollar cost averaging, with Bitcoin specifically, it went up to 60K, and I was like, oh shit. By the time I was like at the highest point of my wallet, but now it's at 30K, 29K, but I'm still in profit based on the money I've thrown in over the years. Where it is now, the dollar cost average, I'm doing well with it. I'm happy with my bag. But with Doge, it was like, let me throw some money at this thing. And I'll never forget this. It was a couple of guys in my office at the time, 2 of us specifically. We just threw some money at it, and it just went from a couple $100 to freaking 15, 16K. He got as high as 30K. He put more than I did. I mean, in minutes, dude, minutes. It's like, what it was crazy. And I was like, okay, you got my attention. And then I was looking for the next Doge. It was supposed to be Shima Inu or Shiba Inu, and it wasn't that. So I've been looking for that next, for the perfect beat. If everybody remembers that from the 80s, searching for the perfect beat. I've been looking for that beat ever since. And I thought that SafeMoon, of course, when it launched and it went from, 0 to two or $300, I made money on that. I mean, I'm happy with my returns because I cashed out. I actualized my profits, which is always take profit. You never grow broke taking profit. And if you've taken profit, and I hope you have, in any projects that you've been, when if they in fact do go to zero, you're not like, well, at least I got my money out. It's the worst when you're like, man, I kept throwing money at it. I kept just hopium. That's what we're trying to avoid here, guys. Is, I think with what Brian Legend did and the likes of him, there is you can only scam people one way in crypto, all right, because it is transparent, and you've got the watchers, you've got the watchmen, as I like to call. I'm a DC guy. I call the brew guys the watchmen, and backstage. They're not the Avengers. Hell no, they're DC to me, man. Because you got guys like Major Asshole and Dave DeFi. These guys are dark, man, with their memes. It's just funny as shit. Anyways, they're the Watchmen. It's a graphical novel in my regard. In my opinion, they hold no punches. They're not. It's not about jokes. They're real. I mean, it is funny there, but at the end of the day, they cut to the chase. And I think because they're watching these projects, if you pay attention to these guys and guys like them, you have a better chance at being successful in these projects. So for Sonny T, you're asking about Bitcoin. Yeah, Converman, he's very good at following charts and understanding the markets, and because Converman understands the psychology of people, and he'll tell you that it's all trading is all psychology. You're watching people's emotions go up and down. He's been able to fine tune that. He can pick up on that. But what if you're not? But that's if you're day trading, and I don't day trade Bitcoin. Let me just be very clear. I don't got bots running for Bitcoin. I just buy it. I buy it consistently, and so far it took time to get where I'm at. I mean, do I think Bitcoin's going to $1 million? No. Do I think it's going to 100K? No, I don't. Sorry, I don't. Next bull run, I don't see it going to 100K. It may hit 50, 60, because that's what it hit last time. And that's I'm pulling that from historically. What did it do? This going to $1 million, and I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I'm sorry. Everybody's an expert, right? And experts have been proven to be wrong every time. You don't know. But what I do know is never invest more than you're willing to lose at the end of the day. So there's my rant.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. AI, we'll get to your comment in just a second. I'm going to pull it off the screen so we can see this. It looks like, and I don't think the banning I don't think Vulcan's been around enough to really build up a list of banning. I think most of these people that were in SafeMoon got themselves banned, and that they ended up at Brooder, they left crypto. But it looks like Zero Cool asked a question in the Vulcan chat. I hope Vulcan does what Kryptonian suggested, Vulcanite, to unban the past Discord members that were banned. I guess we don't see the rest of it. We'd be open to that, absolutely. Personally, I have no idea who's who. There aren't as many banned as you might think. Well, I mean,
good. Well, whoever they are, yeah.
Right.
Well, unban anybody from the brew.
Yeah.
Because those are the guys that have been, where there's smoke, there's fire. These are the guys that have been fanning the flames, trying to wake people the hell up from day one. So good. If it's 5 people, unban them. Okay. I think that's a good step in the right direction. And these guys aren't looking for apologies. They're looking for transparency, true transparency. Yeah. That's it. These aren't children. That's the difference between you got the 20-year-old, 18-year-old, 16-year-old, whatever. I'm just talking about the young ones. I say that because I'm 46 years old that are new in crypto. They think they got it all figured out. Now the guys in brew are my age and a little older, maybe just in my age. And they're just like, they're adults. Okay. They're adults and they're calling the bullshit. So all I'm saying is I appreciate you bringing that up, Chris. Unban them, all of them. And let the chips fall where they may.
Because the worst part about it is if they're in there just really, truly fudding and And then, I mean, it's really easy. Like if you go in and like they're fighting something, they're saying something, you're like, hey, and you ask them a question, be like, hey, what are your, I mean, are you serious? What do you have evidence? Do you have something? And they're just like rude and mean and everything. Eventually, you just got to get rid of them. And they do that to themselves. And their intention was to do that kind of stuff. But if they come in there and say, did you, this wallet or this, we saw the, and they have some facts and you start talking about it and everything like that, and it's open for everybody to see, I don't see why that's a problem. But anyway, Fowler, are you there? I don't know if he's still...
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
What's up?
Okay. So
yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you about this question on, because I think I had a conversation with, do you follow BNB much? I thought I had a conversation where was it you or somebody was talking to me about BNB, and I told them where I thought it was going price wise, and they were like, well, I see it this way, and I think they called it it might have been Confident, but I don't know.
Yeah, it probably was Confident. Well, it could have been me.
Well, ANA brings up, he says, a bit of a random question for the panel and anyone in the comments. Why does BNB, for the most part, stay at the same number? No wild swings like other coins, unless I'm wrong. I mean, I do know when that court stuff came out or whatever, there was a few things there and all that kind of stuff. But
here's a good answer, Chris, right here. This is what I would say right here. Thanks, Dave.
ANA, a lot of it is because it has a really large market cap. The larger the market cap, the less wild swings you'll see. It's simple to manipulate low market cap tokens. Okay, I see. And I mean, as we're speaking about this right now, I have BNB at the bottom of a channel. So when I'm looking at the chart and everything like that, I see it. I see it maybe going up a little bit, but I don't know for sure. It does move around quite a bit and it is kind of unpredictable. But I think DeFi's right. I mean, the market cap so high that and even with Bitcoin, people will be like, oh, Bitcoin went down 1%. I'll look at the chart and I'll be like, well, it didn't move that much, but like people are like selling their homes and like freaking out and moving to the country and oh my God, Bitcoin's down 1%. And I'm like, well, okay. Well, some of them can get tough, but yeah, I see what he's saying there. But hopefully we actually just need to have Dave just in the chat all the time. We just have him answer all the questions and we'll just like goof off. I mean, he's a pretty smart guy. I mean, half the things I would say more than half the things that he sent to me.
They've got their finger in it, man. I mean, they've been watching projects, and they understand market caps. That's what's the beauty of these guys and guys like them is that they don't just say stuff. They don't just say words. They can go back to they can read blockchains. They understand market caps. They understand tokenomics. Go ahead.
I'm going to star this part that you just brought up, but I want to bring this up. I just saw this and I do know that this crypto dev, okay, I think Prado brought this up or whatever. Crypto dev is not Bob. He was saying that crypto dev was Bob.
No, that's not Bob.
Yeah, and
that's a fact.
I saw sometime, but I just wanted to make sure that's clear because even Bob came out and said, "I ain't crypto dev."
That's what Bob told me.
Person. Yeah. So I'm not discounting what crypto dev says or anything. I'm just like, let's not get the two confused and everything. But I'll take you back to what you're bringing up here. So,
yeah, Dave just says you need a lot of capital to really manipulate a large market cap token, and he's right. You need a lot of capital, like huge instant, like all of a sudden Chase decides to drop in $100 million into Binance for whatever reason, or Bitcoin. You're going to see some, like at one time, bam, right? You're going to see some movement, okay? Or if they decide to sell, in a large way, you're going to see some movement. But he's right. The larger the market cap, the harder it is to manipulate. Retail investors like ourselves, because crypto isn't globally adopted yet. Like it's still what is the 2 or 3%, 5% or something like that. Imagine when people wake up to crypto and it's 25%, and all of a sudden we got another 100 million people that come into crypto. Then you're going to see Binance, you're going to see Bitcoin and XRP, Ethereum, the stable coins, right? Then you're going to see some major movement. Binance go to $800, $1,000 or whatever. Just throw arbitrary numbers. I'm just using those as an example. Don't quote me on that. But right now it's just the same. It's the same 3%, 3 to 5% people moving this thing. It's just money being recycled. There's some new entries, some outs. People taking profits and things. But that's the point. The point in that is this: we're not going to see major movements until crypto is cleaned up, and this is why we're here. Okay, we got to cut the fat. Cut the fat. And that was a fat guy. You know what I'm talking about. You got to cut the fat. Guys like that are going to keep people and institutions from coming into crypto. And because at the end of the day, we're all trying to make money. You know, that goes without saying, but it needs to be said. You know, yes, I'm here to make friends and kick ass. And what's that saying? I'm here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum, right? I think that's how it's said, right, Chris?
Guys, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, but I'm all out of bubblegum.
There it is. Yeah. Yeah. So I like, you know, to kind of change it up, you know, I'm here to make money and make friends. And I've got some pretty good friends now. Now I'm here to make some money. All right. I made some friends. I hope to make more. Hope to meet many of you guys. But at the end of the day, we're all here to make money. And at the end of the day, and this goes, we should say this more often. Yes. Like, for instance, Chris and I, you know, Fowler, those up here on the panel, we're friends. But when it comes to a trade, you know, let's say we're all in Bitcoin, right? And we're all, you know, we don't know this, but I'm like, man, I need to take some profit out. It's at 30K. And Fowler's like, man, I need it to go 31. And Chris is like, I need it to go to 32. And I'm like, man, I need it to go to 33. You know, we're all literally, even though we're friends, but when it comes to Bitcoin, we are literally, we're not friends, you know, in a sense where it's competition. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get the trade over Chris, over Fowler. I'm trying to get the profit before they do. That's a fact. It doesn't mean I want them to fail or I want all their, you know, I want their bag, but and that's just three guys. Imagine the millions of people that are invested in crypto. It's exactly the same thing. We're all in competition. Why? Because the whole principle or the fact about cryptocurrency is you are your own bank. You are a controller of your own funds. You control the wallet. You control the funds, your wallet, right? You know, all that saying. So, which is why it's super important that if you know what you're doing, you know how to trade, or if you know how to dollar cost average, you understand finance, you understand how money works, or trading works, or just crypto works in general. You should be able to make some money. But understanding this, yes, I want to make money. Chris wants to make money. Fowler wants to make money, but I don't want these guys to get wrecked from a scammer.
Yeah. That's the important thing.
That's the important thing.
Yeah. Yep. I don't want to have anything to do with that. If my bag in Vulcan is gone, good. If we come up with some type of plan and I think that it's going to be sustaining and long-term and everybody does good, that's fine. But if people are just going to get their hopes up, they launch a blockchain and they get wrecked and everything, I don't want any part of that.
I don't want any part of that either.
You know, fix it right. I can walk away from it and all that kind of stuff. I wanted to bring up to you, it's hidden because I guess this is in streamer mode, but someone just put in, I just got unbanned after Brian announced he resigned. And when I said Brian stole liquidity money, I got banned again in the Vulcan. Someone just got banned in the Vulcan chat.
Yeah.
Right after we were talking about this, but
that needs to stop, guys. You know, rather than banning the guy, there should be a response to him, a reply. No, he didn't, and we can prove it. Or you know what, he did, and we're looking into it. We're going to try to make it right, make you whole. Or we don't know yet. We're looking into it. Don't ban him, because I mean, it's the fact is this, Vulcan team, you have no credibility right now. None, zilch, zero, nada. Okay. You need to be doing everything in your power, if you have any power, if Brian truly is out, to make it right for the community. Don't even worry about outsider investors, because I'm going to tell you right now, if you can't get us to trust you, there is no way in hell you're going to get them to trust you. And there is no way in hell I'm going to allow you to rip people off if you don't make me whole. I'm sorry. I'm not going away. It's just the way it is.
And I just read something a little bit ago while we were doing something, but I mean, is it true that the mods aren't getting paid? It's been like over a month since there's like pay went to zero. I mean, they're going through all this stress and everything like that. I'm not saying I'm not giving them a pass. I'm just saying like they're going through all this stress and everything like that. And they got to ban this, whatever, all that kind of stuff. And they're like, you know, they're over there not like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah,
maybe they do. I don't know, but
maybe they're not. You know what? I would say this: it is compartmentalized, and I don't think that the team is sitting there looking at who's being banned and all that. There, you know, you got guys doing their jobs. You know, I have nothing to do with Discord. Yeah, I go in there and I'll ask a question or I'll respond to a question, but I'm doing my job. I'm trying to get this thing launched. I'm working with the devs or the developers or something. So I understand that not everybody, the team at least, or maybe the lower end under management, you know, the employees essentially. Everybody has a job to do. I get it. Shadow X, he goes, I disagree, Kryptonian, brother Kryptonian. I appreciate you throwing the brother in front of that. That tells me this is non-confrontational, man. I appreciate that. He says,
"Oh, Shadow X, Shadow X,
I know,
great guy. Remember,
I know, bro. I know. Yeah.
He's selling 5 light nodes.
Yeah. He says, I want all of us early crypto investors to get rich together. We came early and we all deserve it. And I agree with you 1000%. Yeah. So if I told you the whole story, yeah, I mean, I guess it's a case by case. What project we're in, like Bitcoin, there is no early investor, bro. I mean, I was like, let's be honest. But like with Vulcan, for instance, we got into this thing from SafeMoon X to now Vulcan. We knew this was going to be, we're taking a risk, right? Because the chain hasn't been launched yet. We're like, it's a risk. We don't know what's going to happen, but I'm willing to take that risk. Therefore, I should be rewarded. High risk, high reward. Those are the benefits of getting in early. Absolutely. So I agree with you 1000%. And because I decided to take the risk and throw my money on the table, I do deserve to get some of that reward. And I want all of us that took that chance to take the risk to be able to do that. So I agree with you, man, 1000%. But thanks for bringing that to light and allowing me to even talk about that, because you're exactly right, man.
I got to bring something up here. Did you get the there was a couple of questions up there. Did you see Dave 5? Did I bring this one up here? He's kind of explaining. It's like, people, the way the people feel about them and stuff like that. And it's like,
we don't care what you call us or how many people hate us or take digs at us. At the end of the day, we are here to clean up crypto and protect people from scams, period. And you know what? With all the crap that I've been through with these guys, and because they trust me, they haven't been nice to me, but they've been consistent, and I appreciate them. But they're right. They only care about the people. They're looking at the space and the people that are coming into the space. But let's be honest. If you willingly know that you're being scammed by a guy, and everyone's telling you, hey man, the house is on fire, and you're like, no, I'm okay. I'm safe in my room. I'm in a safe room. And everybody's telling you, no, the building's going down. You better get out. And you decide to stay. That's on you. And that's what these guys tell you. Look, I'm going to show the facts. It's up to you. Again, personal responsibility. Remember Plan B 5-6 months ago came out with onus. And I even did a YouTube video on this. I think I did, or I talked about it. I think it was my first solo live I did. And I talked about onus. It's up to me if it's got to be, right? We as a community, if we want this thing to Vulcan to be successful, it's on us. We as a community have to go out, put the word out, and spread the word, and educate people, let people know about the chain so that hopefully it does well and it reaches people. Well, it's the same thing. Onus, whether for the project itself to be successful, as well as, hey, the project is up to some shady shit, and I'm here to warn you. At the end of the day, it is on us individually. All right. So anyways, if you know what you know, there are just some things now that can't be unseen. There is no denying. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. If you're an Esco, Seifu, Vulcan, whatever Discord's left, if you're a mod, I don't care who you are. There is no denying that Brian Legend was up to some shady shit. There's no denying it. Okay. There's no denying it. If you deny it, then you're not listening. And that's on you.
So the picture that we have in the background is our good buddy Sky High.
Nice.
This is Sky High's view while he's watching what we're doing, or earlier. I don't think it's that time right now.
Where's he at?
Well, I don't want to say.
Is he? Well, okay, no, say, but unless he told you to say. But if he says, "Hey, I'm in X,"
Yeah, he didn't say it. He just sent me a picture. He didn't say a word, so I don't want to be like, yeah, this is his last location, and people be like, what?
Yeah. If this were Wednesday, there'd be so many things I'd be saying about that photo. But since it's not Wednesday, guys, we'll leave that for Wednesday.
You know what? I think that we have we have quite a few comments in here, a couple other questions. We get past those, man. We can turn this into the Wednesday Night Live, man. We can talk about
I'm down, bro. 100%.
We can talk about the space station being real.
It's not real, dude.
Oh,
It's really fake. I mean,
right,
it's really
man.
fake.
All right. So King Kaching, it was stated by someone that BTC will go to 1 million for sure, but maybe even 10 million. No bueno. I don't see that. I don't see that. And
I think the people saying those things, Chris, you know, and you know, in the argument we're like, yeah, but they're leaders in the industry. Really show me your bag. I want to see these leaders in the industry show me their bag. Do they hold a couple of $1 million of Bitcoin or a couple thousand? I mean, if they know they're going to be interviewed, I'm not saying that they don't have the right to their own opinions, but they don't know. What they're, in my opinion, they're looking at historical data, but there's no historical data that says it's going to go to $1 million. Now, I can understand if the financial markets drop, like the existing centralized banking. Yeah, of course, people are going to go to crypto, and Bitcoin obviously is the most well known. It makes sense, but I don't see that happening tomorrow, next week, next year. I just don't. I think when those leaders come out, or professors of money in a sense come out and say these things, to me, it's controlled opposition. I'm sorry, I just don't believe anybody because they wear a bow tie, have glasses. No pun intended, Chris. But they have a professor in front of their name.
My cursor is right on there, about ready to remove it. I saw that coming.
And it all goes back to the moon stuff, because we have, for me in my lifetime, 46 years of my life, I have listened to those people that have been deemed the authorities in this world. Right. The authorities, they're the most educated. They're the most qualified. So they're the government, the elite, all these people, and bam, they've been lying about so many things. So I'm sorry. It's the way I am. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with you being wrong. I mean, there's nothing wrong.
Now, hold on. Would I like it to go to 100K, $1 million? Hell yeah, I would. Hell, I'm gonna tell you, if it goes to $1 million, I'm gonna be the first guy to be up here going, "Hey guys, I was wrong. Gotta go.
Yeah,
I'm on a yacht. I'll be back later, because I'll be able to buy a yacht if it goes to $1 million. But
you're talking about Bitcoin. My Bitcoin investing is irrational sometimes, so don't listen to me when it comes to Bitcoin. But I just love Bitcoin, and I just buy it, and don't listen to me. You guys look at it, see if you like it or whatever. I am not the person to talk to about that. But Vinci Lima said, did you notice the SafeMoon price was at 2K 2 days before the SafeMoon Go launch? I did not. Really? Krypton, are you there, buddy? Are we interrupting you, man?
No, I'm sorry. I was just telling my wife that you're being nice to me. He's not a bad man. He means well. There he goes. Okay. So Chris Crew, did you what was it, this question towards you, bro? It says, did you notice, I didn't even notice this actually, that the SafeMoon price was 2K 2 days before the ESCO launch. 2K what? 2000 what?
2000 each? That'd been crazy. I would have sold. I would have been like, well, I didn't have any SafeMoon, so but that would have been cool.
It was $2,000 each. SafeMoon was as high as 2K. Am I reading that wrong? What are they talking about?
I don't know. I didn't notice that. 2 days before the SafeMoon Go launch, I think I would have remembered that, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
but
I didn't notice that either.
SafeMoon price today is it 30?
Gosh, yeah. Oh man, I remember we just got to get to a penny. Had it gone to a dime, I was waiting for it to get to a penny. I'd had $1 million. If it had been like a dime, 10, you do the math. But I remember they came out with the SafeMoon wallet, which I still use actually today. It's more nostalgia than anything. I have a couple. I use it for a few things, but what I like most about it, it's got an actual a wallet in it, right? Or I'm sorry, a calculator in it, so I can pull it up. I can pull up a whatever, because what they also list in that wallet is all the pairs they have, like Bitcoin, SafeMoon, Ethereum, whatever, and I can essentially real time see the price of it. So it's actually pretty useful. It's pretty cool. And I can determine calculate the size of my bag if it goes to a certain price. But that's really it. That's the only use I get out of that wallet. Nothing else. But yeah, I remember, man. We were dropping zeros. It's funny because during SafeMoon, it was like kill the zero. That's when I started really learning about just how these communities do this. So when a new project launches, it's funny because you start seeing the same stuff. We just need to kill a zero, kill a zero, kill a zero. It's the same. In my opinion, it's the same communities that go in and they get behind a project and they don't stay in the project. They kill zeros and they get out and they move on to the next. We're the ones left holding the bag, but you learn, you live and learn.
Vinci says that you go to the Dex tools and see, and he puts the date and everything like that. And that's, but Yanni Boy's saying it was $2, and we'll see. Well, I mean, we'll see. You go check it out and everything. But I seem to remember, and I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was like, dude, if Seifu before Seifu Go was anywhere close to 2,000, I would have jumped like you. I would have been gone, and I'd have walked away. That would have been. But I might be wrong, and I might have missed an opportunity there. But I don't know if it is. I missed it. So, yeah. So A&A's agreeing with me. It'd be like I was sold fast.
Hell yeah, I wouldn't have sold because I didn't have any safe food. I would have been pissed. Like I should have freaking bought, But oh well.
I think I did have some safe. Did I have safe food right before the Safe Food Go launch? The first launch, yeah, I had safe food because that's how you got it, right? You had to do the safe food to Safe Food Go.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I had some because I couldn't get in. Remember, I kept getting an error. I think you and I were talking whatever, and I was like, dude, I'm just getting an error. I can't get anything. So when the first one launched,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So
yeah, I remember you were pissed.
I would
man.
if it was 2,000, but if it was $2,000 a couple of days, I would not even have batted an eye, man.
You know who didn't get an error?
Who didn't get it? I would think it would be maybe someone extremely smart and intelligent.
Yeah, like Brian Legend. Like he didn't get it both times.
I thought you were gonna say
like he made. I mean, both times he was. He was able to get in both times. Crazy, man.
Didn't you? But you had safe food, right? But you never did. You didn't have safe food, and you didn't even try to get safe food Go the first time around, did you?
No. I saw that.
So
I remember we were on a live, and I was like, honey pot, remember if you remember, remember when we were watching that shit, like, oh, that's a freaking honey pot, and then the second time, well, he did refund, which is weird. He refunded, the first time, but the second time he didn't refund nothing, but yeah, it just too many questions. I mean, at the end of the day, I would love to give someone the benefit, and I typically do give people the benefit of the doubt. Most, I'm a human being. I understand, the psychology of it all, being human and the human experience, and not everybody's bad. But the truth is, there are people there are some freaking snakes out there. But in most cases, I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. Belief is the enemy of knowing, and I'm so far gone from believing anything that Brian Legend says. I don't believe a damn word he says. I just don't, and it's not my fault. It's not like I started that way. He just gives me reasons not to believe him, So, and that's just the way it is, I mean, I'm gonna believe that beard is real, Chris. It's not a filter, but I don't know that it's real. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know it's real.
Yeah, I know it's real. I'm just joking.
You know it's real. So, Vinci, I think that Yanni sent me the screenshot of the price and everything like that, and it looks like around that time. Let me scroll over there. That if anything, it would have jumped. That would have been about $2. So I'm not sure if that you read it wrong or if we're.
No, it said 2K.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
paired with BNB, not USDT. So I see those comments, but hopefully it's okay. But yeah, if that would have been the case, I think we would all been like, yeah, this is great. SafeMoon Go, what?
Yeah, DeFi actually makes a very damn good point. I learned about diamond hands in the SafeMoon days, and I was like, oh, what the hell is that? That means you gotta hold. Diamond hands, hodl. Those are words, those are phrases that the team, that the project devs and the scammers want you as a community to embrace. Because I guarantee you, they ain't diamond hands, they ain't hodling, they selling on your ass. Okay, this is why whenever you get into a project, any project, you better make damn sure the team doesn't get any tokens for marketing and bullshit like that. There should be no token teams or team tokens. I'm sorry. There should be no team tokens. It's funny as shit. But anyways, that comes when you start doing your research for a token. I know this. So funny.
See my tattoo from that's the saying that came out of 300 and everything, and that's the king that or whatever, Xerxes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That comes out. But I think that's funny. They put Brian's head.
What
on
is
there.
What is it saying?
It says I am a generous God.
Yeah, dude, that movie was crazy.
Yanni sent me that. Yanni,
he is it. Yeah, well, we were blessed with $1.5 million by the crypto fairy Brian Legend. You know, so
that,
I mean,
that was excellent when you did that, and you were like,
thankful.
"That's what." And people were like, when you said Brian gifted us 1.5. I mean, people were like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I'm like, "You'll understand. Don't worry."
Yeah. You know, back to what Dave was saying. And I'll just read the comment fully. He says, "The diamond hand crap needs to stop. People end up holding to the top, over the hump, and then hold tight right as it comes back down and smashes right into the ground." You know, if you want to see a healthy chart, if people would get this damn hodl shit out of their mind, you know, and actually learn to actually watch the charts and understand when the RSI is you know what I'm talking about. Like when you start getting to the technicals, follow Compton. He'll teach you that shit on when to look as far as close as you can as far as what the chart's going to do, the buys coming in and the outgo and the sells. At the end of the day, I think you'll get a lot more healthier chart if people stop saying hold, because the people who are telling you to hold, those are the ones that are waiting to dump on you at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah. What's so I don't have this one, but Shadow X says the turkey Brian Legend is the funniest one. I
think I've seen that one. Yeah.
I don't have that one. I don't have that one at all. And I'm telling you, there's a couple people in here that have some serious amount of memes, man. I'm telling you, it's like it's a whole thing. You know, and I think that this is right. I just saw this pop up here. Shadow X says the best graph is to follow Bitcoin pattern.
Yeah. So when you got what I did learn with alternative coins, what they call the altcoin market versus the Bitcoin. So that the alternative coin market follows Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. So you know the altcoin would be Ethereum and everything on Ethereum and Binance. So yeah, you want to know if you want to get a good feel what's going to happen in the markets. Look at Bitcoin because they're looking at Bitcoin. All right, this is how it is. I mean, those that are in the markets are actually making the money and trading. They're looking at Bitcoin.
Well, I mean, like in what we do in Forex, it is, and what I mean, we don't religiously do it, but a lot of Forex traders do. We will follow the U.S. dollar chart. So I mean,
okay, well, it makes sense, right?
And it affects so many others inadvertently. So like and there's graphs and stuff like that. So you can easily look at the US dollar chart. And if it's going up, bam. If it's going down, different ones. Fowler, there's two of you. Do you want me to bring the other one up? I assume. Yeah. Okay. He's only got one. There you go. You there, buddy?
What up, Fowler? I'm assuming he's still there.
I don't know. Now he's got his face on there. So who knows?
Hey Fowler, I know you haven't been talking, bro. I know you've been listening, man. So, what are your thoughts, dude? On and we had some questions coming out here. If you got a moment to kind of recap, but like maybe go back to the one of the first questions. What are some of the things that I know that you're heavily into Vulcan and all that stuff, like the rest of us? I mean, what are some other plays that you're making? Because you've been in the space for a bit, right? I know you've had some wins and losses like a lot of us. What are some of the things that you're doing, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, he gets him. Okay. So I'm really investing in myself at this point.
Fair enough.
So a lot of people don't know. I haven't really announced. I'll announce it tomorrow. But I am revamping Guides to Gaming. Guides to Gaming is going to see the light of day. Okay, it's not going to just disappear. It didn't disappear. I just really stepped back and I had to see what the playing field looks like, and just make decisions from there. So, I'm kind of going to steer the ship in a different direction towards a different blockchain, but also I'm going to revamp the goal of Guides to Gaming. Guides to Gaming initially was going to be a more or less a blockchain gaming platform, but it would have been in a token form, right? Because we've been basically making a token. It had been a token project, realistically, because it was already on the blockchain. And at the time, didn't have any more aspirations than the goals that we had set, and then really kind of building it from there on Vulcan. But with the recent events, I had to I've basically kind of just went back to the drawing board and kind of really looked at what's the best decision for Guys to Gaming for it to be able to see the light of day. And what I've come up with is transitioning the Guys to Gaming brand project to a goal of aspiring to be a layer 2 gaming blockchain on the Hedera blockchain.
Hedera, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, the Hedera thing is not necessarily solid in stone. I'm still kind of looking at it, but that's kind of where I'm steering towards. It's just one, being as a layer 2 blockchain, it just gives me the ability to build and scale my ideas and what I want to do with a gaming ecosystem. It would be better as a layer 2 blockchain as a project. So right now, just getting everything. I'm a guy, wants it all on paper, everything, transparent. You seeing everything right in front of you. I like to have that stuff, ready to go. So I can't really divulge too much, because I just really don't have it on paper yet. But
I got
that's when you ask what are the plays I'm really doing. I haven't really done any plays. I've really just been focusing on self and getting this Guys to Gaming to a point where a community is built behind it. And and not only not in this community that in the Vulcan Safe Food Go community, but now I want to venture in somebody else's territory and and start putting the name out there, and maybe we can not necessarily, I don't want to say just help fix things or anything. I just want to there's opportunity out there for us, even in this community. It's just you gotta can't I and me personally, I have to kind of really realize this, is that what happened here doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen everywhere. And that's kind of like what's been kind of holding me back a little bit. Like I haven't done my stream. I haven't done I haven't done my channel in a minute, right? I've been kind of just guest starring on everybody else's channel and stuff. But I really have been trying to make sure mentally that I'm in the right space, because when I was building Guys Game from scratch, when it was just an idea, right? When there was no website, no nothing, anything, right? When I started that, I had a level of drive that um I couldn't be no one could take me off my path. Like you couldn't knock me over, you couldn't tilt me, you couldn't do anything. Like I had a goal. I put everything out in front of me, how I was going to get to that goal. And, I kept building. When it came from just the design of everything, I knew everything I wanted to do with this bad boy. I knew I wanted to be themed a certain way. I know I wanted the logo to look a certain way, right? Like all these things is kind of like, you know, it had to have a level of drive that was unmatched. And I was, again, I have a team. I have, I have NR, I have Greek, I have Biz, and now, here's some alpha for everybody. But now as a core team member, I have Chris Cruz right there.
Oh yeah, about damn time.
Chris Cruz. So
I mean, the guy's literally wearing gamer underwear, bro. What the hell?
right. So you know, I don't necessarily need people to really just do work. I really have, you know, my team there for my as support.
Yeah.
You know, like if I have a question or, you know, and I kind of know what everybody is good in. Like everybody kind of has a skill set. You know, I feel
We do
like, you know, I can go to NR, talk to him about business stuff, talk to Greek. I can ask him about ideas, tokenomics. You know, he's seen a lot of tokenomics, so he knows like what matches, what don't match, what looks funny, what doesn't look funny, right? I got these guys for a reason. You know, Chris is a gamer just like me. Also, one thing, he's great at talking to people, right? Like me, I can talk, but man, Chris, you see how he moderates, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's totally different. I can't moderate. Like that's why I don't have like 8 people on my show every day, right? Like
If I showed you the messages he sends me while I'm talking, like shut up, that's enough. I gave you 3 minutes. It's now 5.
I don't waste the time typing it. I just tell you to shut up.
You just tell me. That's good to hear, Fowler. That you know, I simply asked you, hey man, so what other things are you doing? And you said, or whether you know, what are your plays? And you said right now, I guess I got a couple of takeaways. Is one is you said most importantly is that you're investing in yourself. And to me, that is most important than investing in anything else in the world. So, and from there, you went on to say that I'm remapping, I'm restructuring, I'm pivoting, and I've also added to my team. And you're surrounding yourself with people that are going to add value to the project, to your vision. These guys see the vision, they believe it, because at the end of the day, Fowler, they believe in you. Yeah. If they didn't believe in you, then they would be, I'm sorry, I'm not the one, man. Pick somebody else, respectfully, right? But right. That should hopefully give you some confidence that they believe in your vision. I believe in your vision too. You know, I'm not a gamer or anything like that, but I do know that the people that you surrounded yourself with are amazing, intelligent men, and so I think you're doing very well with that. And I'm happy to hear that you didn't just fold. Say, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You know
and
what?
I know that was I know that was never an option for you because you know I've talked to you, bro. Yeah, this is not how you are, man.
It wasn't an option, but it was. You kind of looked that direction. You like, man, like I've been in crypto for a minute, man, and you know, you think you've seen everything, and next thing you know, boom, you got what your situation you got right now, right?
Yeah.
And like for me, it really wasn't about it wasn't about quitting. It was really just taking a break and just kind of like, you know, I didn't want too much to just be like, oh, you know, and I had to I thought about the community. I was like, that's why I kind of really pushed back. That's why I pulled my NFTs. I pulled my NFTs down and stuff. Like, you know, I didn't just get scammed. Everybody got scammed, right? Everybody got scammed. So at that point, I'm like, you know what? You know, community is bigger than just a project. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, they need us more than we need them.
I
right?
do, man.
And that's the truth.
You know, and it's easy to say that, right? But when you're actually working on a project that requires a community to believe in your vision and get behind you and trust you to some degree. I know trust is such a loose word that's thrown around because there's a lot of weight on your shoulders. So you got to watch what you say, watch what you do, and not only watch those things, but you've got to be able to execute. You know, it's all about. We never want to give deadlines. We never want to give, hey, this is a guarantee, because at the end of the day, we can't control all things, right? And we can only control what we control. But yeah, it's good to hear that you still have the vision, and that to me, the biggest takeaway I have is that you're still moving forward at the end of the day. And that to me is, I think if anything, if you said, oh man, I'm folding, I'm going to go back to the drawing board. We'll see what happens. You know, I would be sad, man, because there's a lot of people that are excited about your project, man. 100%. You know, and King Kaching says, why not L1 on Prism Zero? Obviously, we got Prism Chain coming out, man. You're more than welcome to bring Gods of Gaming. I would love to see Gods of Gaming on Prism. I mean, this isn't a call to action. This is an embarrassment into action. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that there isn't no, hey, you've got to sacrifice. Let's talk about a partnership. It's nothing like that. This is we're a layer zero blockchain. You can build off of that. We've got the level up program. Look it up, prismchain.io. You know exactly what I'm talking about. There's definitely going to be great opportunities, not only on our blockchain, Prism Chain, but on others. So I'm just saying, I'm happy to hear, man, that you're moving forward with it, and that's what I wanted to hear. So I think you gave the best answer for tonight, man. What am I investing in? You said myself. It's beautiful, because I think if everybody took that advice, what does it mean to invest in yourself? Now, we're not saying go out and launch projects, right? If it's in you, do it. And the community is vast enough to tell you, hey, that would be a great project. In fact, if you've got an idea, go to Brew. There's plenty of guys in there that will give you a straight up, honest answer about, hey, look, your idea sounds great, but you may want to consider this because past projects that we've looked into have failed because of such and such and such. But at the end of the day, you're going to get a well-rounded consensus on what to do moving forward. Because an idea is just a dream until it's on paper and it's actually executed, right? But I'm happy about that, man. I can't wait, man. Whatever comes from Gods of Gaming, you put a lot of work into the art. It's beautiful, man. I can't wait to see what you do with it. I absolutely want to be a part of it. And, invest in your project. I support you, man. 100%.
Thank you, man. Yeah, to go backwards, completely backwards, you just can't. It's hard enough, man. I think I was saying to my team, I didn't come here for easy. Like I didn't come for easy. I know, everything that's happened in crypto, you scam, all this stuff that I've been exposed to. I know it's none of this is going to be given to me. Like none of this is going to be like, here, Fowler, here's a successful project. Here you go.
No, it's
boom,
not,
millions of dollars, right?
Yeah.
Like,
No,
boom,
it's
that's
not.
how it happens, right? Can't talk. It's not just about talking about it, man. It's about actually putting something together and putting it out there and actually being legit. That's what I'm here for, right? That's why it really blows my mind about where I'm at right now as far as in this community and what's happened. Because, for me, I've been doing all this stuff under the premise that everything's kosher, right? And when it's not, it sucks. But, at the end of the day, what I'm doing, I'm just fold over, roll over, cry myself to sleep. No, I'm gonna, pull up my pants, pull up my big boy pants, and just like, let's go. Round two, strap up the gloves, let's go. We're gonna keep going. I'm sure there'll be more things that trials and tribulations and stuff that come in front of me. And it's really about not allowing myself to get beat down and folding, right? Like get back up, keep going. Because at the end of the day, at some point when, God's gaming, which it will do, it's going to take off. The day it does take off, all these experiences that I've had is only going to make me stronger. Meaning if it's something pops up, you don't have to worry about Fowler freezing and getting nervous and making the wrong move. He's seen so much shit. Like, it's like, he's gonna be able to get through this. Trust me. And so I'm not. This whole everything that's happening right now. I'm not like really. I'm disappointed. Of course, I'm disappointed. I'm mad. I know the value of my bag is probably dust almost. So we getting close. But at the end of the day, I gotta stand up and be like, either it's pretty much like this, sink or swim, right? It's either
sink or swim, man.
You keep going in crypto, or you get out the rabbit hole.
That's right. Well, you're not just in crypto, man. You're actually literally trying to bring a product to people, and here's one thing. If it's kind of sad because, we as consumers, we'll buy products that are quality product. We want to get what we pay for. And as long as I get what I pay for, I'm happy. I'm willing to pay whatever the price is, right? As long as it's as advertised. And if the person that's bringing that product to me makes millions, not because off of my one purchase, but because they managed to produce such a great product that's beneficial, that's innovative or whatever to millions of people, and it's made them wealthy, I'm okay with that. Everybody's okay with that, right? So as long as what you're bringing is quality, it has integrity, and it's literally on purpose. I mean, it's going to come. The benefits of, one of my favorite quotes is, enriching others enriching others is the start of enriching yourself. So, I mean, how would you enrich people with Gods of Gaming? You're giving them what they want. They want this. They're looking for something like this. So just stay on that path, Fowler. In my opinion, stay on that path. It will happen. And at the end of the day, we as human beings, we're all looking for leaders. We're all looking for that one guy or that one team, that one person, that one quote that made it. Because, and at the end of the day, you're not, the way I see it, Fowler, is you're not making Gods of Gaming to revolutionize crypto or gaming in crypto. I think what you're doing, and what you have the potential, the possibility to do is write a story of being the guy with all the odds against him. You were on your way, and then you had a freaking toad of a man, Brian Legend, try to squash your vision. You pivoted and still made it happen. To me, that's the bigger story, other than the Gods of Gaming story. Than you changing gaming and crypto.
It turned into that. It definitely turned into that.
That's the bigger story. Those are the stories I love.
It was revolutionizing the gaming industry, right?
Yeah.
Initially, but unfortunately, like you said, a toad of a man kind of like got in the way and threw everything off course. But guess what? You're just gonna get back on the bike and get back on course and keep going.
This is one of my favorite principles is truth. It says there, and I posted it up there if you're not seeing it, but it says there is one weakness in people for which there is no remedy. It's the universal weakness of lack of ambition. So any man on earth, man or woman, human being on earth, has the potential to be great and to do great things. But all it takes is the start of ambition. And I believe you have it. I mean, you put the work in, man, and you put a lot of work in the last year, 6 months or so. At least the 6 months I've seen you, like, man, with the graphics and building the light and white papers or whatever. I mean, you were putting the work in, man. I mean, you really were. And you spoke heavily about that. So keep at it. Keep at it. It will come into fruition, not because you're positive, not because, you got fairy dust, and no, because you're putting the work in, man. I mean, at the end of the day, while you're working, someone's sleeping. All right. Remember that, man. That's how I've managed to build the little business that I have, is that I'm willing to take the risks. I'm willing to stay late, get up early, and just do the things that others are like, I could be at the house watching freaking Netflix. No, I'm at the office. I'm on site. I'm dealing with client. My point is that it's all about ambition. There's a goal in mind, and it's not for forever. At the end of the day, it's actually, there's a means to an end. And what's the means to an end? As long as you've got that business plan, and Chris can absolutely elaborate on this, there's always got to be an exit strategy, right, Chris? There's got to be a means to it. Yeah. Always. You don't just do it just because it sounds cool. You got to do, I'm going to do this because I got to get to this. And you'll see quickly, Fowler, that it comes quickly, man. It comes quickly, bro. So I'm saying, is keep at it, bro. Keep at it, man. And I can't wait to see what you do.
Thank you.
This goes back to this question earlier, or this comment earlier from AA. Listen, I'm a big fan of taking profits early and often. Period.
Early, yeah.
Goes back to your exit strategy and stuff like that. So, I mean,
let's do the math. Do the math, right, Chris? So let's say you're investing, you're trading. Let's say if you want to be the trader guy, right? And if you ask yourself, I just want to make 5%, 10%, 20% a day. If you add it up, if I do this for 3 months and if I'm making 5% a day, I could pay off my house. Right? Stop looking at, I just need to get 10x. No, you need to look for the 1 to 2% a day or whatever it is. Because it's gonna add up to 10x, right, Chris? Over time, multiple things going on, it can absolutely add up. And I think that's where those that are telling you to diamond hand it and hodl, those guys aren't waiting for those are the guys those are the guys profiting off the 10, 50, 100 X's because they're hoping you never sell. But the smart trader, the smart investor, it's about a slow dime, not a fast dollar. Okay, guys.
Oh, and my point about that, I didn't cut you off today.
No, you're good. I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. My point about that is that I always try to. I learned this in Forex, but I try to take profit and I try to do something with that. So put it into something tangible, house payments, things like that.
Oh,
and
there you
if you
go.
make a little bit of extra, get yourself like a bottle of Irish whiskey or something, or you get like you go to a nice dinner or something. But you gotta take those profits. You got to reward yourself.
Gotta pay yourself
first. Try to put it towards tangible things. Some people, hey, I'm just going to try to pay off my credit cards. Well, if you make $50 profit on something instead of holding to think that you're going to make, 10,000, $50 paying on your credit card is going to go a lot longer than, you don't make any profit at all because you waited around. So
right, based on the daily interest rate of a credit card, blah blah blah. Right, you're right.
So
you're right.
pay the bills. Do the things. Take some profit and just get a little breathing room and stuff like that. And don't listen to. Holding for a long time. Like I hold Bitcoin, but that's more towards my kids and stuff. My strategy with Bitcoin is probably irrational, but I got that. That's for them and everything like that. But when I trade stuff, I do not hold like with SafeMoon Go. When we finally got in there, I tried to swing trade SafeMoon Go. When SafeMoon was around, I was swing trading SafeMoon all the time. I had a bag that I would just, when you'd see a big red candle, I'd sell, or a green candle, I'd sell. When I see a big red candle, I'd buy. And I'd be like, wow, this is like Forex, man. These people are all over the place. Someone's messing around with this chart. So, take your profits, take them early and take them often. Don't mess around with all that stuff. If you hold in your diamond hands, you're going to end up being the last person holding it. But, and you can take a reasonable strategy. You can take a decent amount of profit and still hold a bag and stuff like that. These are all things that, be smart about your trading. If you're really invested in the company and you, or the project or the crypto or whatever, and you want to stay there and everything like that, that's great. Maybe just skim a little bit, take a little bit of profit here and there. At the very least, you should be working as fast as possible to get your initial investment out and, off ramp it, pay your taxes, do whatever, or invest in another project or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I like what you said, especially if you make $50 profit. Imagine if your minimum payment on your credit card is $100. You just make $50 off a trade with BNB or whatever it is, right? Whatever crypto project or Forex, whatever. As I don't care if you've got $10,000 in profit that you just made, and let's say Forex, but you owe $20,000 in credit card debt. You're not in profit. I'm sorry. Pay off the credit card debt. So there is good debt. That's a whole other conversation, but yeah, you want to pay yourself first. As Dave Ramsey used to say all the time. If you don't know, he actually has a program called Financial Peace University. I learned from him long ago how to pay off debt, like a gazelle, snowball effect, the snowball plan, whatever. But anyways, he used to always talk in his conferences. I've been to a couple of them, or seen a lot of his webinars or whatever. But that you definitely want to pay yourself first. Pay yourself first because, even though he's speaking about the centralized monetary system, but he would say things like, you are your own bank. You got to treat yourself like, when you get paid and you're paying your bills, pay yourself first. In other words, you've got to put money. Yeah, you got to pay all your debt off, but make sure you're putting away for yourself as well, because no one else is going to take care of you. Be your own hero. No one's coming to save you. But I like where you were going with that, Chris. Take that profit and do something with it, because whenever you're right, you go buy some bourbon, you take the family to dinner, you pay a bill, it becomes real at that moment. Like, hold up, I just actually, it kind of lights a fire under you. You're like, you kind of want to rinse and repeat. Man, if I made You know what? I'm going to take $100 on my profit I make, and I'm going to do. Then what happens? You begin to you create a kind of like if you're trying to pay off debt. Let's say you're trying to pay off some credit cards, and you've been trading or whatever you're doing, and you're in some sort of investments. And you can be like, oh my God, if I could make 1 to 2% a day, I could pay off my credit card in 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, whatever it is. At least it's on, but you got to write it down. It's super important to put on paper on purpose. You can talk about it. You can think about it. You can record yourself saying it. But for me, visually, I like to write it down. I like to, I like charts. I like Microsoft Excel, whatever, spreadsheets. I like graphs. I like to see a plan. If I start here, and this is one of the things, unfortunately, that Brian used against me, and many of us out there. Brian in the community, I would say, they would throw out a spreadsheet. Month one with rebasing, you'll have this much. If you just follow when it goes down to month 35, 36, you're like, damn, the math works, right? It makes sense. But the point is that use that same math to pay your debt off, because it's super important, guys. It really is. When you're debt free, I like to say this: when you're debt free, peace is free. All right. Mm-hmm. And peace at the end of the day is what it's all about. You want to lay your head down and be able to say, I mean, yeah, you're going to have bills. Obviously, you got to pay the light bill and whatever, but it's just, I don't know. Food tastes different when you're debt free. It really does, man. But the best way and I like to say this all the time, the best way to predict your future, and this is Abraham Lincoln, who I love to death. The best way to predict your future is to create it. It's the truth, So when people ask, what do you think Bitcoin's going to go to? What do you think Vulcan's going to go to? What do you think XRP? What they're honest questions, like, because they want to know what I think or what you think or others think. But at the end of the day, do not put all your eggs in one basket. You want to. We talk about diversification, and we're not just talking about crypto. We're talking about just multiple streams of income in general. If you've got one job and you've been able to land a job and it's paying all the bills and allows you to put money away, 401k, pension, and all that, good luck. You're that one guy. But in today's economy, it's very rare, very rare. It's about multiple streams. It's about multiple streams of income. Trust me, there is enough opportunity on the internet, in the community that you live in the world that we live in, that you can generate money from other sources. Use that. And all you've got to do is simple Google search. Trust me, a simple Google search will give you opportunity. And then at that point, the sky's the limit, and you'll be pretty surprised. Like, oh my God, I've been sitting here in front of a computer looking at Facebook all damn day, and the whole time I could have been making about $100 a week, whatever. My point is that it's never over until you say it's over, and it starts here in the mind. But that's my rant.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think I'm a big fan of that. And it's like, when you're investing in stuff, I mean, and you can pull out a little bit of money, I mean, it changes your mindset, because see, the problem that you have in investing in stuff is you get so caught up in trying to make the money, you never enjoy the money.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, invest reasonably, take profits, take them early, do what you can with what you got. And then you go and you buy a little bit of, you take it off rent, whatever, and you go get yourself something. Take your family out for something. Maybe, wouldn't it be really cool to take a little bit of profit and go, take a vacation and be like, the whole time you're there, kids, families having a good time, all that stuff. And you're like, man, this is purchased because of my good decisions I made in crypto, Forex, stocks, whatever, and all that kind of stuff. But if you're constantly trying to chase that carrot, man, it's just going to keep, it's a circle, and you're just going to get fatigued, and you're just going to end up being like, nobody can make money. It's a scam. Well, try to make good investments. Buy when it's low, sell when it's high, that type of thing. When you see big green candles, take your profit. When you see big red candles, try to get in at a good price. Do those types of things and take the profit and do something with it. I mean, if you made a couple $100 a month and it paid like a car payment or electric bill or something like that, do you know how much pressure would be off of people, especially like you're saying, in this time, the way the economy is and everything like that, it'd be damn nice to be able to be like, that bill's paid for. I got this nice crypto that I'm in, and it pays me, $20 a day. But if you add that up for the month, it pays my electric bill. But if you're not taking those profits and you're just saying, I'm a holder.
Dude,
I've
so
been
right,
here
man.
since day one. We all talk about that, and we've done it. I'm not saying anybody's wrong with that. I've done it. I've been a holder for a long time. But at the same time, like when I was holding SafeMoon and I held that main bag, I got into SafeMoon. It ran. I didn't get in launch, but a little bit of it. It ran up. I took my profits. I walked away. I'm done. Came back. I was like, what? SafeMoon's doing something. All right, I'm gonna take those profits. I'm gonna invest them in SafeMoon. So I invest them in there in the bag, and the price is going down. But the rebases are working, and they got a blockchain coming out. So let's see what's going to happen to the blockchain. You're going to be whatever we have the rebases, you're going to get in the blockchain. Oh, okay. So while that was all going on, I created another bag. And I started trading this manipulation. I was like, yeah, this is great, man. What's up with this SafeMoon chart? What's going on with, why is this SafeMoon chart being manipulated? Because, man, it reminds me of Forex. So I'm making money, and I'd take some profits. And sometimes I'd lose, and sometimes the price go down too low, and I'd have to hold it longer and everything. But, it eventually was okay. But, at the same time, if I didn't set up and just sat there the whole entire time, like a lot of people did, because you wanted to feel like, look, I'm doing something. I'm holding my bag. Don't do those things anymore. You learn your lesson with SafeMoon and going into Vulcan. Hopefully it launches. Everything's great. You reap the rewards later on. But it would have been a hell of a lot nicer to have some of those profits along the way so that you could feel good about it. Now everybody's like, man, I made a mistake, all that kind of stuff. Well, maybe you didn't make a mistake. The jury's out on that. This could launch and they change it and turn it around, and you get that what you were wanting and everything, but and what you need and everything like that. But it would have been real nice to get it along the way. And that's my point, is try to take profit early, often, and get your initial investment out as soon as you possibly can in anything.
Yeah, I was actually able to do. I took my initial out with SafeMoon, and right before we did the swap over to from SafeMoon X to the Vulcan, for the nodes, I was already in profit, but I was able to take enough profit out to pay off my sister's car. All right. She's a single mom. It was about $7,000, and it was about $7,000, minus fees, whatever, taxes, whatever. So it's just under $6,000, whatever. But point is that it felt great to be able to do that, guys. I could have and I thank God I did that, because if I had sacrificed it to Vulcan, I would be pretty upset, because I was able to do something for my family, pay off her car with my profits. And I'm glad. Point is, I'm glad I'm following, and I've been following the same principles that Chris is talking about. Take profit. Just think about it. If I had not done that, I would not have been able to pay for her car. She's being a single mom. You've got single moms out there, single parent in a sense. I know Chris has talked about that. It's tough, in some degree. So there was some, but it was all about a choice to decide. I could throw it into SafeMoon or Vulcan. I was going through the calculator. If I kept this much Vulcan, oh my God, it's gonna be worth $50,000, at launch of the blockchain. I said, no. Let me go ahead and take some out, pay off some debt.
Doge. Guess who posted that?
Who's that?
Fowler.
Yeah, I'm sorry you lost on Doge, bro.
I've always found that hilarious since the Doge went down from 75 cents. That was like my meme right there. I was like, holy, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's a thing. But man, I tell you what, you go and you have single parents and stuff like that out there, and I mean, even I'm not just focusing on single parents, but man, you make $20 a week or something like that in profits. That might be kids' lunch monies, or that could go a long way. But if you're not taking the profit and putting it in your pocket and using it, and putting it towards something, then you just get into this whole thing where, you're like, oh, crypto's a scam and all that kind of stuff, and Forex and trading and all that stuff. It's a scam. And I can understand you feeling that way. But once you take some profit and you feel it and everything, I think, and that's the way your trading strategy should be with all these things. But one of these things that came up that I wanted to bring up about Mars Bar is I think that it's important to understand that Mars Bar says the moon landing was fake.
And sorry, Chris. Facts don't care about your feelings, but it is fake. It is. I'm sorry. If you guys believed in the moon landing, I'm sorry, it's fake. And how do I know that? Because I looked into it. I didn't just watch one YouTube video. I didn't just hear a guy talking about it. I said, you know what? I'm gonna debunk that shit. I mean, I'm tired of hearing about this shit being fake. I'm gonna look into it. And as I begin to look into it to try to debunk the fact that they're saying it's fake, I ended up finding out that it is in fact fake. And then it's funny because it's like when you find out people are lying to you, and then they say, "Well, I was lying to you to protect you." And then you got some people that say, "Oh, well, okay, then that's okay then." No, it's not okay. You know, that this is where I get the thing I say all the time, belief is the enemy of knowing. Because I believed it for years, and that just goes so deep. I can apply that to just about any situation in my life. It's fake. We did land on the moon.
You say it's fake and everything like that, and I'm like, it's so difficult to see those things, to see the pictures and the images and everything like that, and to even remotely think that's real nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, when you have so much stuff, because, and isn't it weird when I was thinking back to when I was a kid, I remember when the Star Wars movie had come out, right? Yeah. And it was a few years later, and back then we didn't have 1,000 channels and a phone that you could do all kinds of stuff, but there was a special on sometime, and my grandmother, I was raised by my grandmother, so I was like, she was like, there's a Star Wars special on, and I think maybe Sunday night or something like that.
I remember seeing like clips of it on YouTube,
and they did like a behind the scenes of the making of Star Wars and everything. It was like a big deal, because now you could just pull it up and watch it, whatever. But back then it was like, I remember waiting all week long, and all my buddies were talking about the Star Wars, man. They're going to show us how they made it and everything. And a lot of us were like, well, wasn't it real? We were younger. We're like, wow, this is like when the first one came out in the 70s. I was probably 10 or something. I don't know.
But when you realize that the special effects they used, and this is a movie that made, I don't know, at the time, $50 million. What, I don't know what the ratio is. You think about Hollywood, who has a budget of, we've got to make this movie. Lucas at the time, I don't know the numbers, but I'm just going to say they gave him, the studios approved $50 million, right? Or $20 million, and he had a budget to make this movie, so he's got to make it work. And then, but you got somebody like NASA that today gets about $50 to $60 million a day to give us pictures of the space station and stuff, and Scott MG, what's up, Scott, man? Space is fake. Yeah. Don't get me started on that, bro. Cause I agree with you 100%. Now, when I say space is fake, what I'm talking about as they present it to me now, because if they lied to me about the moon landing, there's so many other things they're lying about. And I believe there's a reason why they're lying. I won't get into that tonight. But he's right. He said something else. So this is relative to the space station, Chris. He says, Scott MD says, I love watching astronauts on wires. NASA bloopers are hysterical. Have you seen that before? Have you seen the actual space station bloopers or the space station videos that they're actually on NASA, where you can see the actual astronauts on wires?
So let me ask you this, though. First off, remind me, I got an important question, but I want to go back to Straight Bone. He's like, most likely true, but how does banning the guy for calling out ghosts of the past prove he's guilty? Well, and then Yanni sent me a message. I didn't even see this one, but Yanni, he makes a great point. He's like, if Goblin would have hacked thousands of wallets, why did he only hack that one? The whole thing is like, okay, you're going to hack just that wallet, but there's thousands of wallets out there that have potential, and you didn't hack those too. So it's like the hacker was so smart that they hacked that one, all that kind of stuff, but then, no more.
Yeah.
No more. You didn't hear about it anymore. Yeah. But
he didn't hack the sacrifice wallet. You know what I mean? Come on. Yeah, point is you're right about that. Yeah.
Straight ball. And if that answer, it's not good enough for you or whatever, I mean, go in the BroodFi and just ask them about it. They probably clarified. They're a lot smarter than I am, but ask them about it, and maybe they could show you a little bit more stuff and maybe get all your answers or whatever. But what was I gonna say? Oh, okay. So this is the thing I'm asking about Space Station, all right?
Okay.
So I know something's up there, dude. I mean, I'm not saying it's a space station or not, but I literally can see like the light of it going by, because I got this little app that shows like the stars and stuff like that, and everything. And it says like space station. And you can look up in the sky, like especially in the summertime and everything, and you can see this little white dot, like just moving across a lot faster than all the other stars and stuff. I'm not saying that but I'm not saying it's the space station, but there's something moving.
Well, hold on. But you said how fast? How fast is it moving?
Oh, I don't know, but it's like you could see it just.
But it's important. Yeah, I mean, to you, obviously, relatively, it's
just a speck. I'm not saying I can't even make it out. I'm just saying what is up there that's moving.
But if you understand the numbers that they tell you, how fast it's moving, how far it is from in low Earth orbit and all that jazz, it's moving like 16,000 miles, with the rotation and blah blah blah. Anyways, it's crazy numbers. Anyways, so to your point. So and I think I've tried to address this before. A space station is about half the size of a football field, I think is what it is, and or maybe it's a couple football fields, but I think it's half the size of a football field, right? Anyways, so how high is a plane, a commercial 747 fly?
I don't know these. So why do you ask me these things? Every time you ask me this thing, I'm like, I don't know, man.
Well, that's just it. They know you don't know. They know you're not going to look into it. Okay, so the size of a 747.
I understand what you're saying, and I give you all the credit in the world. But I'm saying I see a little white speck moving through the sky every once in a while.
So the question is,
I don't really care. I mean, my whole thing is like when they talk about the space station and stuff like that. I'm like that.
Cool.
That's cool.
That's the story, bro. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Which is, and that's all they want. The reason why they want you to go, cool story, bro, is because they're taking our taxes to pay for. To facilitate that. So the reason why you go, who cares? It's because they blitz you with so much information. They give you so much that you can say, yeah, but I can track it on GPS. Yeah, but I can see a light.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would everybody be lying? Well, the real question, if you really understood how GPS worked, first of all, so if you look into how they actually track GPS, if you actually look at how much they're actually being given every day, $19-20 million a day, if you actually looked into the actual on just the invert law of light, on how light works, okay,
night, buddy.
and how our eyes work, I mean, you should be able to see that little light in the sky at the end of the day. The point is, if you actually look into the physics and the real science on should I be able to see that thing? And then, okay, I'm not saying you don't see anything, especially for those that say I've looked in a telescope, I've seen it. The problem is that you just because you see it in the sky doesn't mean it is what they say it is.
Yeah.
All right. It could be anything.
I believe that part, but look at what Dave says here.
What is that?
That's something to think about, bro.
I think Dave, was it you that sent me this other link in the Discord, in the Brew Discord? I think it was Dave, or maybe it was another guy. But there's some cool channels in there, guys. You gotta check it out. But yeah, I agree with you, man, 100%. Everything that they tell us is a percentage of what they actually need to reveal to us. I mean, and I can say, well, how could you possibly say that? I mean, what are you saying? They're just lying to us. Hell yeah, they're lying to you. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. I mean, and the questions, well, why would they lie to us about the space station?
Man, if I ever go to the space station, I'm gonna take like a selfie and be like, bitch, you were wrong.
Well, hey, speaking of space station, what's up, Fowler? Let me ask you this.
Fowler's coming in here, man.
No, but remember that bullshit what Brian announced a couple of months ago or a month ago? He's gonna take a balloon into space. Remember that shit? Remember everybody was all talking? Yeah, Prado did a video on it. It's the stupidest shit. They don't actually go to.
I've never heard that. I'm like,
oh yeah, no. Prado did a whole video on it, and this is what he's doing. It's going to cost $150,000 or more for a ticket, and I'm thinking, man, what? That's a lot of money, but I guess if you got it like that,
you're so full of shit, dude.
No, Fowler, right? You know what I'm talking about?
I know. I'm not. No, I kind of remember something like that.
I remember.
Oh, Fowler's not one to throw you under the bus. I'm throwing you. I want to see.
No. And the
video.
reason why I remember it because Prado singled me out on his. Well, he mentioned me on his video. He says, "See, Kryptonian, the guys like him, blah blah blah. Say it's space, blah blah whatever." Point is this: is I just remember. It was a couple, maybe those in the community remember, but Prado talked about it. It was even in maybe it was Discord or I think it was maybe a tweet that Brian put out.
It was around. I know what it was. It was around the time when Jeff Bezos and fuckers were going in space.
It was soon after that.
You remember that rocket ship? What did that look like to you?
Like a dick, man. Dude, they're trolling you, bro. If you look at Jeff Bezos, it looks like a dick. All right, I'm sorry. And then you had the other guy from Virgin Records, whatever his name was. It looked like a freaking uterus. They're trolling you, bro.
Branson?
Yeah. Now, if you remember the Jeff Bezos rocket, you guys remember seeing it being launched into low Earth orbit, whatever. If you remember the camera guy, the actual plane looks like a dick or a penis. I'm sorry. Let me just use more PC terms here. For whatever reason, the guy's a multi-billionaire, and the camera the whole time, this thing looks like a penis, and the whole time the guy's zooming on it in the sky is doing this. It's going. It's got this particular motion, man, like a penis going up, and it just look. They're laughing at you, bro. They're making fun of you, dude, and people believe that. That's just so real. And SpaceX is another one. What is it called? What are the satellites they have for the internet? Fowler.
Oh, the Starlink.
Starlink.
Yeah.
Okay, so now with Starlink, there's actually some video of this when I guess they were launching them. It looks like a bunch of lights kind of stringing along like a train in the sky. And they're saying, and there's a video of it. You can go Google it, you can see it, and they're saying that's the Starlink satellites as they're deploying into low Earth orbit. They're being spread out, whatever. The problem with that, what kind of brings up a lot of questions about that is it's at nighttime. We can literally see the actual lights in the sky. And what's his name was asked, Musk was asked, hey, if you know what the Starlink satellites look like, they actually, when they get into space, supposedly they open up and they have these huge, like, I don't know, sonar panels or deflectors or whatever, light shields that's supposed to be reflecting from the sun. And so if they were actually opened up, you would be able to see the lights in the sky. Because obviously the lights in the sky, at least satellites, if we're seeing them, is supposed to be reflections from the sun, light from the sun. Point is this, is that even Elon Musk admittedly, he goes, no, the actual deployment of those solar panels or whatever, solar umbrellas, whatever, he goes, they weren't even deployed yet. So if they weren't deployed yet, how in the hell were we able to see those things in the sky at nighttime? It's just, so what my point is this, I don't think they're in space. I think they're, I don't know, planes, balloons, whatever, just to make us think things are being launched into space. I can go on and on about this stuff, but without actually showing you things, which I'm not prepared to do now, I can, just on the things that I've seen that made me go, just me personally, don't believe anything I'm saying, guys. Just go look into it, is all I'm saying. I am not an expert at all. All I know is I look into things, and unless I can go, yeah, that makes sense, or if I say, nah, I still got questions. If I still got questions, I don't believe it, is what I'm saying.
All right, so
swimming pool.
Rock had a question about what about the SpaceX last launch? Where did they go?
They went into the ocean. They all go into the ocean, bro.
Yeah, Ricky Bond said a BL had an AMA together with, I think, 6 people stating they were part of SafeMoon employees. Don't remember the names, but one of them was a girl from Colombia named Juliana. She was social something.
Yeah, I
went back and watched that after. If you go in the BrewFi Discord and you look at what the information they have on it, then I went back and watched the AMA, and it's pretty much clear as day. So just, that'd be good. But DeFi, dude, seriously, does he have to have like all this knowledge, man? I mean, it's like almost. Well,
look,
I'm going to take everything he's ever posted, and I'm just going to sit on live for like 24 hours, and I'm just going to sit and read.
Hold on, bro. He's going to meme you a couple of times, but yeah, he's got some knowledge, man.
Now, I know he's always, but and I forgot to ask you about this. Someone brought it up earlier, and we gotta wrap it up soon, man. I'm getting too tired for this. But
Yeah,
anyway,
but I want to hear what Fowler says, and I know I said some crazy
hold
stuff
on.
about Spritz. He's
I'll
like,
just say
wait, hold up.
one more thing is, I know, yeah, it's terrible. Did you guys watch? Do you watch the singing videos of Brian Legend? Dude, I
No.
was in the Discord last night, and I was drinking a little bit of Irish whiskey, and I was like editing some videos, like getting I wasn't editing, but I was getting like documentation, pulling stuff together, man. And I had a little bit to drink, and they started putting out those damn videos, man. And I swear to God, I couldn't focus at all, man. Is that a serious thing, or did they make those up?
I remember Smule. I remember my teenage daughters getting into Smule because that's what you do when you're kids. If he,
dude.
I'm not saying I can sing. My daughter can sing. I can't sing at all, but of course I like. Who doesn't like karaoke when you got some bourbon? But nah, man, that was pretty. Hey, if that's your thing, Brian, cool. But take up golfing, bro, or something, dude. That's
someone should have got with him on that. If it relaxed him and he got something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, if he's having fun, great, whatever.
Honestly, I wouldn't post that stuff, man.
I know it just doesn't help your case that actually adds to the fact that you definitely got something going on, man. If I'm just saying, man, it wasn't very what's the word? It doesn't help your case, bro. It doesn't help your case.
Ricky Bond, the question that you got here, we'll go to Fowler's stuff in a minute here, but I mean, it's pretty obvious. You could see that they identified in the BrewFi Discord and everything like that. I think like half of them, I don't know the number, several of them, many of them were paid actors. The pictures are even on other things and stuff, but you never know. Go in there, check it out. If you don't know the Discord, I'll put it in the link. But go in there. They got a whole section on just information that they've had forever. Go in there, check it out. Do your own research on it and everything like that. But I think what you're asking about, I think the whole thing, not the whole thing, but quite a few of those people were.
Well, what you said was they were paid actors, right? So the question would be like, well, why? I mean, what makes you think if they're paid actors and Brian was just scamming everybody? Really, is he that brave? I mean, is that dumb or is he that? I mean, why would he do all these things? Well, I'm going to go back to the conversation I had with him, and there was other YouTubers on the backstage with him when he was flat out asked by Confirmant, "Hey, Brian, you just manipulated the markets in April because it was the whole April Fool's bullshit that he did." I mean, dude, that's kind of bad. Don't you think that's like? Aren't you concerned about the SEC? I mean,
what was the April Fool's thing? What are you talking about?
And Brian goes, "Of course not. This is DeFi. I'm not worried about it." So on April Fool's or in April, Brian said something. Maybe Fowler, if you remember this, Brian said he was going to take over. This is around the time where he took over the council. He took the council, or it was supposed to be a DAO, took it back from SafeMoon. Remember that time? It was around that time.
Yeah.
Where he said some things and the price dropped. He did his dumping thing then, man. The price dropped, he bought more, and then the price went back up. He manipulated it to get people to sell so he can scoop up more. All right. And when and Confirmant called him on that shit, and he goes in front of everybody, in front of us, he says, "I'm not worried about it. This is DeFi." So if he's willing to manipulate the price for his own benefit, he will absolutely hire, in my opinion, hire actors to act as a team, based on what you're talking about. If that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, here's the last one. I swear, then Fowler can go back to answer your question. This I'd like to see. Brood should investigate the moon landing for us. Those guys will probably have like everything. You just be like, dude, you'll never have a question ever again.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
You should lead the charge on that crypto.
No. I won't. I'm definitely not a leader. I would definitely, but I'll be involved for 100%. But yeah, at the end of the day, one of these guys in Brew, they're very, some of the ones I get to talk with, and I know we talk about Brew a lot, but guys, it's kind of like a whole new world to me personally, because, I would say I'm really relatively still new to crypto. I mean, yeah, I've been in Bitcoin all these years, but DeFi itself, the last 2 years, SafeMoon, and then now SafeMoon. and of course Vulcan. So I've learned a lot. So I would love for these guys to lead that charge. Hey, if you can prove to me space is real, or at least how's it as a percentage. Now, let me make myself clear. I'm not saying space is fake. What I'm saying is NASA is fake, and how they present space to be, I question. And I don't believe we went to the moon. I don't believe we got astronauts in a space station. I just don't believe that. I'm sorry. And I sure as hell don't believe Elon sent a Johnny Five from the movie Short Circuit to the moon to Mars, and he's sitting there taking pictures of himself. Now, with that being said, Fowler, I know there's a lot to unpack. I know I just said a lot of words.
Yeah.
But go ahead, brother.
I mean, if you talk about the well, you already know moon landing.
Yeah,
I've kind of always been shaky on.
Yeah.
But space station. I'm like, that's definitely possible. It's not like it's not too far fetched. I mean, they've been doing that for decades. Like,
I agree. I agree with you. It's not impossible, but based on science and on how the elements of space or the environment, it doesn't make sense how that makes sense to me. How we have a space station in space. But go ahead.
I'll give you this. Is that movies can portray us going to space in all types of different ways. Like, they either show us like some Star Trek or Star Wars super battleship, in space, something like that, right? Futuristic stuff. But then you see a lot of movies that are pretty modern day, right? Like, shuttle takes off from Florida, right, and goes into space, and people floating in space and stuff like that, doing all types of things. My thing is that they're able to do all that, but NASA, on the other hand, NASA needs to pay private sector you digs to actually go to space and do their job, which kind of makes no sense. You have you have the money, right? It's not that you have a funding problem. They've never had a funding problem unless they cut the budget, but that's because they just really at the time they had to cut to help the economy and all that stuff. Now it's not really that's not the thing. I mean, hell, they're buying planes and stuff. What a military jet is what, like something crazy, like 30 million or something like that, like plus.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So if a military jet is at least 30 million, they at least buying like 10 to 20 of them every year or something like that, every couple of years, then how in the hell can't you like get back into investing and getting, doing your own space exploration? Because at this point, there's no real space exploration going on. Right. What we have is private companies having all types of crazy reasons to go to space. Some are for profit. Well, most of them are for profit, to be honest, because even like you said, Elon Musk is sending satellites to space, but what is he really doing? He's just helping the Starlink thing. My thing is to be honest, we're in 2023 and we can't go to the moon. We're in 2023 and we can't go to Mars faster than, like this, the same old, we'll send something there. We forget about it for about 5, 6, 10 years. Then all of a sudden magically it's there. But like, who cares about who? Like, my thing is, what's the point? What is the point? What is the point of going to these planets just to say we got there? We checking rocks out. We're looking at. You should already knew Mars is already desolate. Mars ain't got no real water. There's no sustainable life up there, right? So what's the point other than wasting money? Because isn't that the whole point, right? Isn't that how you get the dominance of the dollar, is finding things to spend money on, just wasteful things? That's how you make the dollar. Well, that's how you. I mean, well, that's how it used to be. But
yeah.
I mean, but inflation. All stuff is. It seems like they always trying to find a way to spend money. That's my biggest problem with the government, right? They always have this like, we gotta spend money type of vibe. That's what I get. They get this. I gotta spend money. Except they'll never spend the money where they need to spend the money, right? How do you make everybody's daily lives? How you the infrastructure? I don't know how many like times I run into a pothole, right? It costs me more to replace my tires because they don't spend money on infrastructure where I go every single day. But guess what? We're going to Mars, baby.
Oh yeah,
We're going to
it only,
we're going to the
costs
moon.
us $8 billion to go to Mars, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you made
Yeah.
a good point there. You said, well, you made a comment. You said it. For a military jet, it costs $30 million, and they're buying a couple a year or whatever. But NASA, let's say they buy five. It costs $30 million to build the one jet. NASA is getting up to $20 million a day, right? And you can say, well, for what? I mean, if you want to look at, well, yeah, but because of it's very expensive to go to space. Well, what exactly are they doing in space? I don't know. Every time I go to NASA.gov and I watch videos from the space station, they're doing the same old bullshit. They're floating water in a cup. They're just they're growing vegetation on a space station. Whatever. Point is that there's in the last 50 years, you can say we've got so much great technology out of from NASA. What? I mean, they tell us these things. It's like they're telling us that they're doing all these great things, but then when we go to the actual thing that started NASA, which was in the 60s, late 60s, and we started going to the moon, when you find out that the people that are giving the organization, the government, NASA is an arm of the military. Let's not even sugarcoat it. When you find out that the actual authority on space lied to us on day one, or have been lying to us since day one, how could I possibly believe anything else moving forward? And you can't tell me, yeah, but they lied to me to protect me. That's not the way it's supposed to go. If I operated on those principles to my kids, hey, look, I lied to you about paying the bills. I didn't want you to get worried, to protect you. That's my point is that's just ridiculous. And if you're a principled man, I'm sorry. If you're a principled man, and I know we all up here are, and you're speaking, you're speaking my language, Fowler. You're like, if we're doing this, how come we're not doing this? It's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, all of a sudden we're just supposed to put that on, just forget about it because now everything's good. Nah, man, it's just there's just so many questions and about the authority. NASA is one thing I can talk about. We can talk about the CIA, FBI, the military.
I'm guessing you're not signing on to the Space Force, huh?
No, man, hell no. Look,
Space
I mean,
Force, right?
But here, I mean, look, you guys know I'm a Trump supporter, man. But come on, Space Force, please.
That was the I remember hearing about that. I was like, are you serious? Somebody told me. I was like, you're kidding me, right?
I think he needed something. He needed to show some sort of. I think he was following like Reagan's playbook or Bush's, whatever, or Obama. He was just like, I'm failing in the polls. I need something to bring the country together, the world together. Space Force, please. Come on. I'm not saying that there's no Space Force because they're certainly doing something with the money. If it's kicked off, I haven't even been following it, but it's never what they tell you it is, and it's always what you least expect at the end of the day.
Kryptonian. Think about Kryptonian. We're building a space elevator from the ground to the space. You're gonna be like, no way.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry that didn't happen. That tried to happen. And the question is the question I always get. Dave said that's a very good point, Dave. Brian lied to you about the fire kit peas to protect you. Exactly, because remember, it's kind of the same thing NASA did. Look, we lied to you about going to the moon to protect you because it was a space race. We had to beat the Russians. We had to show that we could do this thing to protect you guys. It was the Cold War. And then so Brian did the same bullshit. I did it to test your loyalty. Now that I know that we've gotten rid of the fudders, now people, we can move forward and bring you King Brian will be blessing you with my crypto fairy dust, and we will all be millionaires. It's the same playbook, man. Same playbook.
Now, well, Richard Hubman saying right there. I do believe that. I do actually believe what he's saying there in Space Force.
It is, and the question is okay, so what is the benefit of it? So let me get this straight. We as Americans, I'm just using it because I'm an American, we need to build Space Force to put military vehicles in space to protect us against global threats.
Yeah, man.
Against Russia and China, Iran. These are the ones that we are told they are the enemies of the United States. Great. I hear you. That makes sense. However, today, if I want to launch someone an American into space, I got to fly them out to Russia, and they're going to launch from Russia.
Yeah.
Explain that to me, please.
Hey, I actually thought Space Force. I was like, for sure. I was for sure they were gonna like put nukes on the moon or some shit.
I thought that too, bro.
And launch them from the moon. Like,
bro, I believe what Christian said. Chris, I said Christian is a friend of mine. What Chris said was that, look, the reason why we don't go back to the moon because the Transformers, bro. Dark side. I believe. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I believe
I saw the movie, dude. They're underground there. They're
Autobots roll out.
No, bro. NASA is so freaking fake. I would be more. I consider them GoBots. They can't even do Autobots, bro. If you know GoBots, that's a spinoff of the actual Transformers. But I would believe more that we've got Transformers living among us, and then we've actually got a space station in space. I believe that more. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Oh,
and
Lord.
and I know that's fake. I know Amazon Transformers are fake because now I'm not saying that they're not. And just to be clear, I don't believe we can go past low Earth orbit. NASA admits it. Presidents have admitted it. Obama has admitted it. People say that all the time. And I believe we haven't gone to the moon because of the Van Allen radiation belt, which has been there since, if you believe in the Big Bang, billions and billions of years. But if you don't believe in the Big Bang, which I don't, something out of nothing, all that bull crap. But I mean, the point is that the dangers were there before we went to the moon, and now we went to the moon. It didn't affect them because, and their official story is Fowler is, well, they didn't know it was there.
Well, the science is there. The science backs the radiation. I mean, the sun gives off radiation. Well, so, it's something that protects us all down here from catching radiation from the sun, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, okay, it's something that deflects off the earth, right? The atmosphere, right?
Yep.
So the radiation has to go somewhere. So it just sits on the outside of the
right. So and I've showed you guys pictures of the Apollo space station, or I'm sorry, the Apollo moon lander, and if you believe that went through the Van Allen radiation belts without a hitch and protected the human beings, I'm sorry, I've got a node to sell you. It's going to make millions.
It's kind of crazy too, because I got all that radiation, right? They got the radiation and everything, and then but a lot of those astronauts lived long lives.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean,
and not long enough to be alcoholics.
Right? I mean, yeah. So it's like
they're dying of cirrhosis of the liver, and not freaking radiation poisoning. Crazy, right?
Right. So it's like, oh, we didn't know about it, but they went through it. Supposedly they went through it, and they came back.
They went through it. Round trip, bro. A couple times.
But see, that's the thing, though, man. Yeah. Like, I think honestly, government, and this is kind of plays with Kryptonian saying, I think it's easier for them to do those type of lies because if you just really look at like the movie Apollo 13, man. You got Tom Hanks and all these guys, right? And they all up there, and they go up there and they show themselves going to the moon and stuff, so people just see it, man. And then what was the other one? There was the one with Clint Eastwood. He's going to space. Old man going to space, and everything, right? Like, so Hollywood plays a part in this. Hollywood plays a big part in how this stuff is perpetuated.
Disney plays Walt Disney, and what's his name, Van Buren, the guy that's actually ran NASA. And if you don't know his history, he was actually a Nazi. He was actually brought in under Project, what was it called? Project something Wolf. Okay, we went in and dismantled the German government, Hitler or whatever. And we basically told Russia, you guys can have the tech. We'll take the engineers. So we got the engineers and Van Burden, I forget his name. But he basically led NASA, ended up being best friends with Walt Disney. And the reason why I bring up Walt Disney and the guy from NASA is because at the inception of NASA is about the time Walt Disney started making movies and cartoons about space. So we haven't been to space yet, but all of a sudden there's all these cartoons about space. And so they started the propaganda. So teach the kids Teach the kids to convince the parents is how it goes. And there you go. So I think so. Back to your point, Fowler. Walt Disney, which is obviously Hollywood and the likes of them. It's all propaganda to me. Now I'm not. Yeah, there it is. Vernon Van Braun. Thank you, Scott MG. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. Oh, this is crazy. You know, you guys, if you guys are ever read the Bible or familiar with Scripture at all, but look up Psalms 19:1, and this is on Werner Van Braun's tombstone. All right, go Google that. Okay, go look up that. But
I got one for you.
Yes, I don't want to go. I don't want to blow it up. But this can open up a completely different conversation. But yeah, go Google that. Go ahead. What's up, Fowler?
So okay, here's one. This I'm gonna prove to you. This is how you know the government has been good at like TV. You know what I'm saying? Like using just like the moon landing, right? We always keep saying, "Oh, it was done in a studio." They've been using TV way more than just the moon landing. Think about when they were showing the demonstrations of the atomic bombs.
Yeah.
Like where was the camera to get all the footage?
Bro, I know, dude. Those are miniatures, bro. The trees, that's all miniatures, dude. I remember seeing that in school going,
wait a minute.
Government help me. I mean, it scared the hell out of you. And it was supposed to, Yeah, you remember it? If you look at the footage now, Fowler, you're right, dude. It's like, who set up the camera? So let me get this straight. So there's enough from that explosion to annihilate just thousands of miles, trees being uprooted. How you see everybody's in the video, houses just everything dies, right? The heat can coming off that explosion, right? The heat, right? But a camera, 8mm film is filming that shit. This isn't digital, guys. This isn't a camera from 20,000 or 3,000 miles away. Cameras can't see that far, at that time. If you look at history, how did that camera survive that and see it all? Anyways, yeah, questions, they may have a great explanation for it, but I'm sorry. I wouldn't believe it at this point. That's the problem. But you're right, man. Dave says, against a threat from space, hence all the news UFO buzz, they are prepping people with it. And I agree with you 1000%, bro. Wait until you see the kind of budgets they come with for that nonsense. Exactly. And I can go another rabbit trail with that. But yeah, all of a sudden you got all this UFO, like think about this. This is how, so on that point, Dave. So as people are starting to realize that the people are waking up that we didn't go to the moon. So NASA's like, oh shit. Hey, listen, guys, we're about to lose our budget. We're going to go from $20 million a day to $100 a day. We got to do something. Okay, let's talk about aliens. Now, let's say there's threats. So then what we do is we got Space Force, right? We've got alien threats coming from other, whatever, light years away. It's bullshit. We need more money, people. American, the people of the world, we need money. That's going to help us develop Starship Enterprise. And we're going to hire Captain Kirk, and he's going to save us. And in fact, Captain Kirk is the only hope, because that's my point is that's what's going to happen, in my opinion. I think this whole UFO, all the stuff coming out with UFO, I don't think it's coming from other worlds. I don't believe that one bit. I believe it's our own tech they're not telling us about at the end of the day. And they're releasing it accordingly just to fool us again. I think the Fauci ouchie was a test of that. Was phase 1, phase 2 is the aliens, and that's a whole nother conversation. But oh, what did he say about Dave said he popped a comment about SpaceX. Oh, here we go. He says, ever wonder why so many companies, products, etc., have an X in their name or logo? Go look that up. Symbolism. If you want to go down a deep rabbit hole. So you're telling me,
Dave, I'm already down the rabbit hole on this other stuff, man.
So wait a minute. So you mean Seifu X, bro?
Right.
Son of a bitch. No, I think I've actually seen some actual some rabbit hole stuff on that, man. Yeah, symbolism is everything, guys. And for those of you that believe in or not believe in, like, say, wizardry, witchcraft, and all that stuff, I don't believe in Harry Potter shit. Lightning coming out of my hands or like that. But I do believe that words matter. And witchcraft, to me, witchcraft is or wizardry is all words. It's about what you say and convincing people to fall for certain things or whatever. And I believe those that are running the world, they've been playing us like freaking violins this whole time, man, at the end of the day. But anyways. Oh, all right, Shadow X. Sorry, bro. Sorry to keep you up so late, man.
Listen, man, if Shadow X is going to sleep, I'm close.
We're calling it, man.
Yeah, even Rock is like, dude, I can't take it much any longer.
Yeah, I know we went off, guys. I'm running out of whiskey, man. So I'm all out of conspiracies.
So what we got? Fowler.
Good to see you, Rock.
Kryptonian. What do you got? What do you got? Final words. What we going to do this Sunday? We didn't talk about like the look ahead through the week and stuff, but
yeah. So tomorrow we go live in our. We got a live tomorrow. Fowler, you're more than welcome to join us, brother. We're going to talk crypto as we always do. And I know those in the community, and these are my last words, of course. Those in the community want us to move on, and we will move on. We have moved on. We are moving away from Brian Legend, but we're not moving away from his antics. We will be exposed. We will talk about it on the daily, because it needs to be. We want to make sure people never forget. If you forget, if those that forget history are doomed to repeat it, and we don't want this happening again to anybody in the community. So my last words would probably be, or almost always be, as do right and fear no man. Inspect what you expect. No one is coming to save you. You must be your own hero. And give love to all, hatred to none. And we'll see you guys hopefully on the blockchain. Those would be my last words. And thanks for inviting me, Chris. It's been a lot of fun.
You see, and Fowler's his blockchain, or and your blockchain. I mean, there's other.
Oh no, of course.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff to talk about.
Oh yeah.
But as far as like for me, last words, all I can say is, guys, don't bury your head. Don't bury your head in the sand. Okay, it's not a good option to take. I know people think that's a good option. It's not a good option. Okay, because at the end of the day, we're in this situation because guess what? Our heads were buried in the sand. I mean,
yeah. Admittedly.
Yeah, that's the reality of it all. Mm-hmm. So, guys, if we know what we've done before, and that, yeah, it was unwillingly, but guess what? At the end of the day, the result is what the result is. So, what's the opposite of that? Talking about it, making sure we don't fall for the same scams. Don't not falling for the same things. We know what this looks like. We know the playbook. We got the playbook. I think there's a link out there with a nice little article that's like literally I think they were talking about Grove token, but like literally it's the playbook is literally the same.
Really? With Grove?
Oh, man. It was Grove token. It's somebody had posted a link and somebody took it down. I couldn't find it no more. But it was literally like a playbook. It's very recent. You're talking about Grove token and everything that went on over there. And it's literally the same thing. Same ideals, sending stuff to, wash trade and second tier centralized exchanges, all that stuff, the way you talk to people, all that stuff it's documented, man. So the last thing we should be doing is being like, you know what? Let's act like everything's okay. Let's act like the liquidity is actually there. Let's act like people aren't getting censored to death. Let's just act like that so everybody on the outside could come and invest. No one's gonna invest, guys. People know this shit is fucked up. They know this is a train wreck. There's no hiding this stuff. So the one thing you gotta do is show people that it's different. It's not what they expect it to be. People are actually changing things to turn things around. You have to show that, because once you show that, people see it and be like, you know what? They turned that shit around. They got rid of that dude, Brian Legend. They found a way to blacklist those wallets and stuff, so it didn't do any harm. You got to show that stuff. If you want people to invest, you got to show that it's not the blockchain itself is safe. Right now, even with it not launched, it doesn't seem safe. That's the whole point. The reason why we have to ask these questions.
That's right. That's right. We're gonna keep talking about it, right? Until it is.
We have to demand accountability. Because if you don't demand the accountability, man, people are gonna see that and they're gonna be like, "There's no way I'm gonna put a dime into this."
Bro, you
And
know
that's
what,
the real.
Fowler, you know what, man? When I first got sorry to cut you, man, but this is on your point. And I think people should hear this. I remember when all this stuff started like all the news that that's all come out now, when as it was beginning to my eyes were beginning to open to this stuff. Um, you know, I was I should have talked about it more, right? I really should have talked about it more. And just what you're saying, man, we got to keep talking about this stuff at the end of the day to prevent this from happening. So I just wanted to say that, you know, head in this, you know, keeping our head in the sand, and all that stuff's got to stop, man. At the end of the day, bro. At the end of the day, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man, but yeah, I'm just agreeing with you 1000%, man. This we have definitely, I think we have definitely created an environment where people we can almost facilitate, or I would like to facilitate, trust back into the space because we do ask the questions at the end of the day, man. I just wanted to say that, man. I like where you're going with this, and you know, this cannot stop, man. We got to keep this going.
Yeah, and I know there's people that feel a certain way with, Prado and his project and stuff, but the reality is, guys, he's going down the same path. Probably, maybe he'll say that he's totally different at the end result, right? He might say
Yeah.
one point is different than Brian Legend. But guess what, man? At the end of the day, everything that led up to that point still has contributed to the scam. You know what I'm saying? The censorship, being part of the censorship is helped the scam, helped him run off with the money, or fuck off the money, wherever he's done. But guess what? At the end of the day, us trying to hold people accountable, us talking about it has, if you look, he's messed up, right? He said he only had one public address, right? He kept saying that, oh, then he got caught up because people keep asking questions, right? He keeps seeing these questions. What did he end up doing? Hey, I use this wallet to watch trade. He literally told you that, yeah, the whole time I've been lying to you. So once somebody's lied to you, man, where can you find any truth in anything they say after that? So, I mean, and that's a reality for people who need to wake up and realize that. You know what I'm saying? If you really care about your investment, if you really protecting the bag, you would be talking about this stuff, demanding answers, demanding change every single day.
That's what I was going to actually say, man. I wanted to make that point too. The brew guys were saying, why isn't the community asking questions? If you guys would just, they would tell me, the community, you guys are the ones that are in the forefront talking to the community every day. If you the YouTube influencers, or those that are, the ones that the community comes and watch every day, if you ask the questions, the community will wake up. And they were right about that. You're right, man. We should have been asking the questions, demanding answers. I think if we've demanded answers since the sacrifices long before, we wouldn't be here where we were today.
And the thing is, in order for you to really demand, everybody has to be on the same page, and that's where we fail at.
Yeah,
that's where we failed at, because we have influencers, doing their own thing, kind of semi agreeing with it. We got some that just can't, just can tell something's not right, and they got stuff hidden, and that's why they act in a certain way. And then we got the ones who are asking the questions, who are demanding this, right? But at the same time, the community that's not on the front of the camera, they're attacking them because they're protecting their perceived God, almost, right? So it doesn't bode well when you look overhead of everything, is that it's really the community fighting with each other within itself, versus coming together as the community and going to take on the thing that has damaged them the most. And that's the sad part about it all.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get there. But whether we get together or not, we still gonna sit there and talk about this stuff, and we're gonna demand these changes and answers, because That's the real true protecting the bag, is making sure nothing else when this blockchain is launched can happen that can hurt and damage the community even further.
Yep. Yeah, 100% agree with you, bro. I mean, I think we're not the same. We're not the same as we were just 30 days ago. We're stronger now. We are truly united for the right cause. And it isn't about the bag, it's about the space. And if we take care of the space, then the community will be taken care of. So I agree with you, and you know, of course, 1000%. And one thing I wanted to bring up is, remember I was talking about Vernon Van Braun, which is the and you want to look this up, Fowler, because this is relative to the founder of NASA. On his gravestone, he was best friends with Walt Disney. It was Psalms 19:1. Whether you believe in scripture or not, it just doesn't matter because he still has this on his gravestone. Go look it up. It's there. And it says, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Psalms 19:1. So why would the guy from NASA who claimed we went to the moon talk about a firmament? What is a firmament? Google it. And you know, once you understand why he wrote that, or why he put that scripture on there, you understand why I don't believe we go to space. But that's it, bro. But that's it, man. That's all I got to say. Chris, man, what do you got, man? It's your world. I'm just a scroll trying to get a nut, bro, and your mic's muted.
I was actually watching videos of stuff that was sent to me, so and it's pretty nice. Lots of information coming out about other things. I'd recommend hit the Discords and check out some of the stuff that they're posting. My final words are the whole team is wanting to unite and do what's right for everybody and for the community. We want the team to get on the same page with us. We want to move forward, be successful. And I think there's a lot of things to take out of tonight. But, you know, so much information and everything like that, it's hard to take any of this. But I think, we just all need to try to come together, you know, in the Vulcan community. For that matter, just DeFi, complete crypto, DeFi, all that. We need to come together, man. We need to make this a better space for everybody. And the Brood via Discord, they're wanting to do that. That's their goal. That's what they want to do. And if you don't like their tactics and everything like that, I don't see how you couldn't. They're ones that are getting beat up all the time about it. So when they're out there and they're talking, you might want to take a listen. And in that Discord, they got other projects too. That's important to understand. You go in there and there's a whole section of they got red flags, and you can look into different projects and stuff like that. Plus, they also have some other projects on there that you might be interested in. But a lot of people in there, they're doing their research and they're checking things out, and that's where I want to be. And whether it was accidental or on purpose, I was named Crusader for the Fudders. Well, you know what? Hell yeah.
Old Crusader.
Old
Crusader. Like not old, but old, like the original.
Okay. Old. Oh, I was thinking old. That's what I thought. I thought you misspelled that old.
I just want to know if I can join the ranks, brother. I think I've earned it. You know.
Yeah.
I think I've proven my. I like the Crusader. I'm just joking.
We are. If this is any indication of the intelligence that they have in the community that I have been missing out on, it bothers me to even think that I was even. And this comes from Dave himself. DeFi himself. So I'm gonna bring this up one more time so we understand where we're at. And this is where I'm at. We done with this comment?
Yeah, I'll comment on it in the end of it. Yeah, go ahead. That was just a new one. Go ahead.
So Dave has in here, I read this earlier, but FUD, facts and unbiased debunking. This is the definition. This is what we should live by. This is what I'm going to live by. And if it bothers you, I'm sorry, but I'm going to try to bring you as much facts as possible. I'm going to try to give you an honest indication what's going on. And it's probably not. This isn't coming from me. It'll be. I'll be a part of Brood and researching what they're doing and everything like that, and bring it to you guys, and I'll back it up with this is the information that I got from them. Do your own research, that kind of stuff. But I'm not holding back. I'm gonna be very critical of the Vulcan blockchain, and which is good because it gives them accountability and all that.
Mhm.
And if they work it out and everything, I'll be their biggest cheerleader. But I am gonna be very critical of it, and because I'm more concerned about the small investors, and you'll see that going along. So I just want to say there's lots of things going to be happening this week. I think there's a lot of things good look forward to, friends, family, the weathers and stuff like that, and different occasions. I mean, take profit often and early. Go out there, get you something, special, take some out for dinner, have a little picnic or do something, spend some time with family. Don't get so caught up in this stuff and move forward and do things that make you happy. But with that being said, you done? You got another comment you want to bring up?
Yeah, last one. Thanks, Scott MG, man. I like what he was throwing out there regarding the moon stuff, and we got to talk more. But I have a feeling that you and I are a lot on the same page here, man. But he says, truth be told, if not for the fiasco or the shitbag that Brian Legend is, I added that part, I would have never found your channels. I am glad that I did. I will be much less of a dumbass in the future. Man, I appreciate that. And don't worry, man. We are not the smartest men in the room. We decided to find another room, and we did. And but we're right there with you, brother. It's a life lesson for all of us. And I appreciate you subscribing. I'm not really about the subscribers, but hey, more than happy to take you on. I feel like a I don't know, kind of left behind here. Everyone else is like, gotten the subscriber count up, and I haven't really focused on that. Not that I am. I love the community that I have, but my goal now moving forward, Chris, is to certainly bring truth and integrity back to the space. And if I can play in any part in that regard, I hope to be a part of that. And of course, I don't just want to be a part of the community. I want to help innovate it. So thanks for allowing me to be on here, man. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, whenever I'm on, I want you to be on. But E-Train says, would the Brood come on alive and present from start to end their findings? You know what though, I would imagine some of them are come on, some of them may not or whatever. But what I do is I make it a point to make sure that what I'm talking about from the research that I've seen and everything, I actually have their chat open most of the time, and I'll put it in. A lot of them will send stuff to me live, and I'll just pull it up while we were talking. Most of this time I was bringing it up, but I'm open. It's completely open. They can be here anytime, any space that they'd want to have. Anybody. So they might not. They might be like, look, I've been doing all this research. Here it is for you. I'm going to bed. It's a lot of time consuming stuff. So
it is. We get up here and talk, but when they're sitting there, they're actually doing other stuff.
These are the guys. These are people that are working, man. They're doing the labor. And my thing is the easiest part of. I just take it and show it to you guys, and then I read it.
I talk about it, man.
90% of it, I'm like, I have no idea what that means, but somebody out there does. but I'm open to that. But they're in the Discord, and there's quite a bit of engagement while we're live and stuff like that. So
man, they're always active, active.
Yeah, they and if I say anything wrong, you go in there and say, hey, Chris said this, and you'd be like, oh no, that's not right. He's he's wrong or whatever, but this is the way it is. And let them straighten it out. Those are the experts. I'm trying to bring you as much information as possible. And my ultimate goal is I want to repair damage, and I want to bring all these communities together, that whatever we can. And I would love for the Vulcan blockchain to launch. I'm going to be critical. I want them to launch. I want them to be successful.
Agreed.
I want to protect the small investors. And I give you maybe some ideas about other projects and maybe some other scams that you might see or something, or see something in there. But just the complete awareness, and hopefully we can all just we all can just where have you been, Biz?
Who's out the fan?
Back in.
So just so you guys know, I earlier today went into the TCL Discord, and I said, hey, there's going to be a pop quiz on tonight's live. So if you've been paying attention, I'm not going to tell you what so to your question, Biz, no, I haven't done the pop quiz yet. I'm giving away like 50 BUSD to anyone who can answer the question.
What?
I got one question I'm going to ask tomorrow sometime to see if they got time to go back and watch this thing. And I've said something. I said a couple of things, but there's one word that I said. I'm going to see if somebody catches on. Hey, 50 BUSD. That's just, I like to give stuff away, man. Pay it forward. So, yeah. So no, you didn't miss out, Biz. I promise, man. But thanks for tuning in, bro.
Did you see Mars Bar's comment? And he did, man. I made sure that I had asked all the other questions that were out there or answered them, tried to bring them up and everything. And then I brought up his comment. Remember his comment where he says that the moon landing, what did he say? The moon landing wasn't fake or was fake?
Yeah. And he says, haha, bro. He's a Kryptonian. I threw the moon comment as a joke. And you're opened up a can of willfires on me. My bad, brother. Look, I will, there is nothing that can prove to me ever.
Here he goes again.
Today.
Mars Bar, stop making the comments, man.
If you can prove to me that we went to the moon, I'll give you a Bitcoin, bro. There he goes. Yeah. All right. But I'm glad you made you laugh, man. It's been a good time, man. I love this stuff. And but most importantly, man, I love hanging out with these guys.
Doing a pop quiz? I thought you were doing a pop quiz.
No. In the TCL Discord, I am. Biz, if you can throw the TCL Discord up for me, please. If you got it, bro. If you're available, if you're not part of the TCL Discord, that's where I hang my hat. That's where I call home. I'm part of many Discords.
I think TCL banned me from there. He was like,
"Nah, you're not banned, bro."
I'm trying to get banned. I mean, you get more cred in the Futter group when you get banned.
What's that?
Yeah. I got banned from one of them during the last week, or whatever, and they'll be nameless, whatever. And I'm like, hey, I got one ban. They're like, dude, you're a rookie, man.
Yeah,
come on.
Hey, when I got banned from Brian Legend, I actually was like, I'm actually gonna be somebody someday. You know
who I am. I mean, he still hasn't answered me on my Mother's Day request.
Oh no, because that would require him having a freaking heart. I think he had those heartstrings removed when he was a kid.
But I only follow and like in Discords that I want to be. Like I'm in the Vulcan Discord. I want to be in there, and I don't think I'd say anything, but I mean, I don't think they're going to be banning a lot. I think that time is like coming to an end. I think they're going to do that, but I'm only in ones. I mean, I don't know. You might ban me from Property Flex or something. I don't know.
What are you talking about? You're like the what did I call you? Shit. You're the head moderator, right?
Yeah, I'm the head moderator. Yeah. I think even Biz does.
I'm gonna call you Chief, bro, from a Halo, bro. You're gonna be Chief moderator. There you go. So
Biz doesn't even have that saying. And Biz is the man, dude.
But you're different, man, because you're my Bitcoin daddy. Now, understand when I say that, it's not what you think. He's not my sugar daddy. I know it's 2023. Most of you like that shit. I'm just saying that he's helped me with my Bitcoin stuff. But here's the link. I just posted it right there. Biz, thanks for throwing it up there. This is the TCL Discord. Guys, that's where I hang my hat. So tomorrow.
It gives me I'm sorry. It gives me it can't be open.
Really? Are you banned? You can't possibly be banned, bro. I'll take a look at that. I don't think.
Oh my goodness! It's I've been banned. TCL.
Really?
I don't know. Open,
you must have said something, man. I'll look into that, bro. There's no way you should be banned.
TCL would never. He didn't do it. It's obvious, probably something else.
It was okay. I did it one time. I didn't mean to ban you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you might have banned me. TCL would be like, I didn't even know about it, man.
So tomorrow, sometime, guys. In closing, I'm gonna throw a question in there about tonight's live. It could be something that I said or Chris said. And if you guess it, you win 50 BUSD. I'm good for it. Ask anybody in there. I like to give stuff away. Just because whenever anyone ever asks me, hey man, how you doing? Better than I deserve, and if I can pay it forward in any way, I can bless somebody, and being fun and have fun with it, then I'm going to do that. So, thanks, Biz, I appreciate it. Oh yeah, I'll leave it here. Find the curve. Thanks, Scott. Find the curve.
Find the curve. Biz, he said he just got back, man. I hope it wasn't a bad deal. So, but we're not talking about my shirt, or we are talking about my shirt.
Go ahead. Talk about it.
Well, he says,
oh yeah, he liked your shirt, man. He said, is that going to be the answer to the pop quiz? Golf Yankee, was it golf Foxtrot Yankee? Yeah, it could be, but nah, it's too obvious now. Had you not done the video earlier today, then it probably would have been the question I would have had. But I will be getting one of those shirts, man. I'm gonna get a tat right here that says, "Bam." Just joking.
Bam. Yeah. Well, I mean, that is offensive what he did, and he just does things that is not. It's uncouth. I saw it and I was like, dude, come on, man. You know,
Call it. You got to call it like you see it, man. That's why I respect you, brother. You don't let nothing go by. You don't let anything get by you, man. And I'm like, so I got to watch what I say. I'm sure you'll have some criticism on some things I've said tonight, tomorrow. You know, like Kryptonian.
I can't think much.
First of all, I don't like you talking about Disney. I love Disney. I know it's going to come out. I know you're like a big fan of Little Mermaid or whatever you were telling me, and
I like.
I'm just joking.
You get on my case about Star Trek, don't you? Get about Star Trek?
No, the world gets on your case about Star Trek.
I like Star Trek, man.
Yeah. Well, because you're about the same age as Captain Kirk, bro.
Oh my God, dude! You went there, right?
Me and Mark. I mean, he's probably older than me, but I think I was a kid. No, 77 is when Star Wars. Anyway, that's Wednesday, brother. That's when I got to get out of here. My wife's about to get pissed at me.
I'm about to get pissed at you too because you're just driving me crazy. All right,
Thanks,
listen, everybody. Take whatever you can away from all this information that we had tonight. I appreciate you guys. I want to see us all do well. I want the Vulcan blockchain to do well. I want everything to be good. Terry, we're wrapping up, buddy. You got anything you want to say?
Say hi.
All right, buddy. Hi. So that's pretty much my view. This is how I feel about it. If anybody has any questions, comments, you're upset about something, feel free to message me. I will try to get back to you, and I will try to be respectful. And you guys have a great week, and we will be doing lives throughout the week. I mean, every one of us is going to be doing something, I'm sure. So hopefully it's fun and it's entertaining and it's informative, and we know the whole story. You guys have a great week.